Hello, hello. Scatters and assembles and Charlie arrives in chat right now. How's it going, guys? What is up, everybody? How was everybody's weekend? Well, I guess it is Tuesday already, but still. I haven't seen you guys since the weekend. Luke BFTW, thank you for the 13 months, and the G Pretender, thank you for the 17 months. I'm sad to hear that. Hoping I can provide some good vibes for you today. It's gonna be okay. And Zemio, thank you for the 22. The beard is back, bro. The beard always comes back. All right, so of course the streaming schedule has been a little off in the last week, of course, because there's been the Duelist Cup, and then there's been 2 Challenger Cups over the course of the weekend. But now, for now at least, we should be returning to relatively normal schedule, at least for this week and for next week, because then I think in 2.5 weeks at this point already, we're going to be live the entire weekend for the NAWCQ. There's always something that throws off the stream schedule eventually, but for now, we're back on the regular schedule. Amaterasu, thank you for the 23 months, and Meister Z, thank you for the 3. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the support. So, yeah. We are back on the normal schedule, which means we're going to be warming up in a second, and then we're going to talk about some of the things that have happened over the course of the last couple of days. We have the full spoiler list for Duelist Advance, so we're going to take a look at some of the imports. We're going to mold a little bit at the fact that the new Sky Striker cards are not in there. Well, new, quote-unquote, because some of them have been out in the OCG for like 2 years. So I was really expecting those to be in Duelist Advance. But, you know, didn't happen. We're going to take a look at the stuff that did get imported and the new TCG exclusives and so on and so forth. Well, yeah. How's the weather in Germany? We're at 38 degrees. It was super hot over the weekend, which was annoying because I was working both days. But yesterday it was better because I think it rained the night before. So it was fine. And today it's looking to be quite hot again. But yeah, it's been quite hot over the last couple, like the last week even. It was already probably my biggest problem over the course of the Duelist Cup weekend, that it was freaking hot in my room during that weekend. It was pretty stressful. I was sweating. Oh yeah. Where's Camellia? Exactly. It's what I've been saying. Yeah. It is pretty warm at the moment, to say it lightly. Spasius Planti, thank you for the 20 months. Another shot at the World Championship. That is right. Yeah, that is right. We are. I guess I haven't had a regular stream since we qualified, because it was just Challenger Cup streams over the course of the weekend. But yeah, we did requalify, or I say we, but really Quantel did it, of course. So shout outs to Quantel for getting second in EU in the Worlds qualifier. So yes, we're going back. We are going back to Worlds this year. We're going to Paris with good old Snipe Hunters, Emre and Quantel alongside myself. It's gonna be glorious. Quantel is now the captain. Yes, Quantel is now the captain, which is cool. Yeah. Ramster, thank you for the 11 months. Can we get some hype for Barrier Statue? Nope, not in this chat. Not in this chat. Not gonna get any hype for Barrier Statues in this chat. Are you planning on playing TCG Euros or streaming? I'm gonna be playing Euros. I'm going to be playing Euros. However, I don't know at this point how much time I'm going to be able to put in for it. simply because Euros is like a couple of weeks before Master Duel Worlds. But we'll talk more about that later. But I've just been I'm definitely going to be playing Euros, and then I'm going to be streaming the NAWCQ, which is, well, I mean, other way around, because the NAWCQ is first. The NAWCQ, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the 12th and 13th of July, which I believe already has Duelist Advance. I believe for the NAWCQ, they already have Duelist Advance. At least I hope so. So gonna be streaming that. We're gonna be live over the course of that weekend. We're gonna check out what's going on over there. But then I'm going to be not streaming Euros. I'm gonna be playing Euros. Duelist Advance is like July 4th. Yeah, we're going to I think there's a sneak this weekend, right? Like the sneak preview is this upcoming weekend. That's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be going, which is cool. Haven't been able to make it to the last one or two sneaks, but this weekend I have time. All right, let's warm up real quick. What are you playing for Euros, and why is it Gladiator Beasts? Dude, I'm like, so because we're already qualified for Master Duel Worlds, I am low-key considering just playing Vanquish Soul or Sky Striker for Euros, because I just love those decks and they are getting new support. I'm pretty sure that if I wanted to really try hard for Euros, like try my best to qualify for Worlds, I would probably not be playing one of those two decks. It's just a gut feeling. I haven't tried them enough yet, but I'm thinking about doing Striker or Vanquish Soul. No Necros? Bro, I would consider Necros, genuinely. I was thinking about doing a Necros run at Euros if we qualify for Master Duel Worlds, but because the Battles of Legends set is pushed so far back in EU, we literally can't play it at Euros even, which is kind of unfortunate. I mean, from the competitive perspective, it probably doesn't matter. It's probably better for me. It's probably better for me that I can't play Necros at Euros, because I'd probably be throwing. But it's yeah, can't do it. Not an option. What about Lunalight or Art Media? Hey, let's warm up, okay? Let's warm up real quick so everyone can assemble, and then we'll talk about Duelist Advance and all that kind of stuff, right? Because I have that planned for today anyways. We're going to take a look at the remaining imports and TCG exclusives for Duelist Advance. And then we're going to take a look at the entirety of Duelist Advance and think about how impactful the set really is and what it's going to mean for Euros and stuff like that, and all that. That's all planned for today. We're going to spend some time on TCG talk after the warm-up, and then we're going to hop into Master Duel to also check out the new pack. We're doing it all today. All right, so let's get some cards. First things first. That Mystical Space Typhoon? No, it's not. Who are you? That's a masked hero, I feel like. Masked hero. But who is that? Divine Wind? Oh, okay. That is a Hita Familiar Possessed? Okay, that's just the OCG logo at the bottom. The Yu-Gi-Oh logo. What is that? Ooh, is that the Mayakashi trap that you send with, that you copy with rollback? Ghost meets girl. Ghost. Oh, dude, there's multiple Ghost meets girl. Okay. Ah, come. German came out there real quick. That is a infestation card, but I don't know what it's called. I think it's an infestation. Good thing I didn't try to go for that. This... Is that a Naturia card? No. I do think it's a Naturia card, but I don't know what it's called. I'm wasting time. I can't find it. Leaf? I tried Naturia Leaf because that's what I thought, but it wasn't that. Leo Drake's main. Okay. That's Gachi Gachi Gantetsu, my boy. That is the Mad Golden Lord, hopefully. Yeah. This feels familiar. That is the second sarcophagus. The first sarcophagus. Who's that? Insect Queen? It's got to be a retrain though, right? It's not OG Insect Queen. Okay. Oh, dude, that's the I think that's an equip spell that has like the wind and the sun on it. Maybe it's not. Ray and temperature. Yeah, that is what I was thinking of, I think. That is Great Tornado. Another hero. Well, I guess not that unlikely we hit multiple heroes in one run. That is the Master of Beasts. No? That's not Alpha? Underdog. Huh. Well, it is Alpha, right? It's just on a spell. Or trap. I hate when that happens. That is baby Harpy's pet dragon. Harpy's pet baby dragon. That is Heart of the Underdog. Heart of the Underdog. Yeah. We almost had Underdog and Heart of the Underdog back to back. Doyon Adignister. No. Okay, I'm glad I was wrong. Is this not an Adignister though? Surely this is an Donyo Rebo? Ah, the other one with a D. Okay. It's a bad one? Bro, that does not narrow it down in the slightest. Dragon Shield. Okay, that's Ritual Beast. Which one is that? Zephram Pilica? Oh, thank God. Okay. That was all I had. That was all I had. I was out of guesses after. That's Bunbuku. That's a Fire Fist. But it's one of the, like, it's not one of the good ones. I don't know what it's called. I can't even see the animal yet. Dragon? No. Kirin. Edge Imp. Edge Imp. Saw. Yeah. That is something, the dragon dwelling in the deep. No? Huh? Dude, I still think it's that. Dwelling. Oh, there's two? Oh, dude. That confused me because I didn't know there was two. And I was like, that's definitely the name of the card. What is that? Left-hand shark, right? Left-hand shark. Nice. I deadass looked at my own hands to figure out which hand that would be if I was looking at it from that perspective. I turned my hands around and was like, you know, which hand is that? But I did get it right. I did get it right. It would have been that's only embarrassing if you don't get it right. Magic. It's not deflector. It's magic reflector. Yeah. Rare. No, it's not rare metal dragon. What is it then? Oh, it's rare metal dragon. Dude, why did I second guess myself? I don't know what that is. Some metaphys probably. Yeah. Vampire, I think. That's no, it doesn't. No, it's not a vampire. Take it back. I take it back. Noble arms? I don't know, man. No, black luster. What the hell? Okay. Dude, it has like a weird name. It starts with an O. It does not start with an O. It's Bitelon. You're right. What was I thinking? Is the 2400 one tribute thingy that does piercing damage? I know the card, but I don't know what I was thinking. Hero emerges. Something Herald. Herald of... It's not perfection. It's not Mirage Lights. Is it ultimateness? No. Herald of... Creation? I'm skipping. I'm tilted. Is that just Herald of Perfection? It's just Herald of Perfection. Oh my god. Sphere of... Is it Sphere of Chaos? It's... No, Chaos Core. That's the name. Yeah. Same thing, really. Well, Core of Chaos? That's also a thing? Oh, come on, man. Why is there Core of Chaos and Chaos Core? And why did I pick the wrong one first? Blue Dragon Ninja. Isn't this the one that was really good in Duel Links? Or is that Black Dragon Ninja? I loved that deck in Duel Links. It was very fun. Is that Grave of the Super Ancient Organism? I'm not sure how the background of that card looks. No, it's not. What is it then? Oh, it's a Yang Xing card. Okay, I don't know what that's called. It's a spell trap, I'm pretty sure. Yang Xing Creation. Marinces. I think that's Aqua Angel. No, that's a Trickstar card. Sea Angel. Yeah. Performapal. Whip Snake? No. Swing Cobra? Swing Cobra. Nice. That is Drowning. When's the last time we've gotten a new Mirror Force? I feel like they could make a new one, like a really powerful one. Last year? What? What Mirror Force did they make last year? I'm Millenniumize. Oh, it's Relinquished Fusion. Right. Shining Stark Mirror Force. I mean, I meant like a generic one. Like one that's also just called Mirror Force. That's a Blackwing. I think Boreas Storm. Oh, I know my Blackwings. Don't worry about me. Sylvan Blade Fender, I think. Oh. That is Dark Grepher. Worm King. Is that why? Is that just why? Yeah. Dude, we're so close to 700. It's not even 700 is not even that good, but I wanna get it. Please. Oh, good. No. Mythical Forest. No, what is this called? Kalantosa? Kalantosa. Yes. Ah, dude. Woo. 716. I don't know why I'm celebrating that hard, because that's pretty average. But at least it's not 600, which would have definitely been washed. This was not that bad. 700. Look, there used to be a time where 700 was just completely acceptable. All right. I don't know what has changed, but 700 is still pretty much average of what we're doing. Like if we get over 800, like that's pretty good. Power creep? Nah, I don't know, man. I don't know if power creep is the justification, because I don't feel like I'm getting much more powerful at this. I don't know if that's what's happening. I feel like I'm not training enough to power creep myself in Card Guesser. I don't know if that's what's happening. Monka daily card? Wait, is it difficult today? Oh, Jesus Christ, it's a vanilla? Okay. I don't hate when it's a vanilla. Let's do, okay. Lower than level 4, old as vanilla. Let's do a mystical shine ball. So that's level 2, that's right in the middle. It is a level 1. It's a level 1 light monster. But it's newer than 2004. Is Key Maze a level 1? Come on. That's not Monka. That's not even hard, because that's a Memento retrain. That's not even difficult. The Key Maze vanilla. The only thing I was a little I stopped for a second and thought about it was the year. The year threw me off for a second, because if I had to guess which year Key Maze came out, I would have guessed it was like super old. But there are some vanillas that just like randomly came out way later than they did in the OCG, because they just like didn't bother printing them in the TCG for some reason back in the day. Well, I mean, for some reason. The reason is because they were vanillas and they basically wouldn't have seen any play anyways. So like they just printed them like way later. It's like, I think a lot of these happened in like Legendary Collection commons, stuff like that. So yeah. Anyways, that was not Monka. That was one of the easiest vanillas I think you could give me. Primite will make them all see play eventually. See, the thing is though, the only stuff that's like relevant because of Primite is vanillas that have like a very special trait to them, which is like Light Fiend, for example. And something like that is only special when it's like unusual combinations, of course. Like a Light Fairy, there's going to be a bunch of vanillas. There's like definitely multiple Light Fairy vanillas, because that's like such an obvious combination. There's probably a Light Fairy vanilla for almost every level at this point. You know, there's Happy Lover, there's Mystical Shine Ball, there's, I think Wing Weaver is like a level 7 thingy. There's a lot. Anyways. Okay, warm up out of the way. Welcome, duelists, to the stream. Hope you're all doing great. We have 2 main objectives for today. The first thing is we're going to take a closer look at Duelist Advance, because we now have full info, some might even call it perfect information, on all the cards in Duelist Advance. We have all the TCG exclusives, we have the imports, and of course we have all the stuff that's already been announced a while ago. So we can take a little bit of a closer look at everything that is in Duelist Advance. So the thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the new cards first, that people have been talking about already. We're going to take a look at the imports real quick. Unfortunately, little spoiler, the imports are not very good for Duelist Advance, and especially the Sky Striker cards are missing, which I think is kind of a missed opportunity. I was definitely expecting the Sky Striker stuff to be in there. Like I thought for sure we were going to get like Camellia and maybe even Amatsu in Duelist Advance, because it just made so much sense. But I don't know, I feel like it's a missed opportunity. Anyways, we're going to take a look at the stuff that we did get instead, and then we're going to take a look at the set as a whole and talk about it a little bit, because of course the next big tournaments that are coming up are the World Championship qualifiers in NA and EU, and those are both going to have Duelist Advance legal. So at some point we're going to have to take a look at these new archetypes in a more detailed fashion. Like, of course, we've read all the new cards at some point in the last couple of months. We've looked at the stuff as soon as it came out, but we haven't really talked about exactly what it means now that these cards are going to come out. So that's what I want to do today first. And once we're done with that, we are going to hop into Master Duel, because that has also gotten a new pack and some other updates. So we're going to take a look at the stuff that has changed in Master Duel today as well. We'll see how far we get with both of these things. We might do the rest of it tomorrow and just play more of the new decks. But yeah, anyways, first things first. Duelist Advance remaining World Premiere cards. So World Premiere in this case, of course, means completely new cards. And these are somewhat interesting, I will say. These were published like a couple of days ago, so I've already seen them. I've seen people post about them online. And we have the first the first world premiere card here, which is Yugioh the Dawn's Light, which is a dark level 3 fiend with 1000 attack, 1500 defense. Monsters in your leftmost or rightmost main monster zones cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can only use each of the following effects of Yugioh, the Dawn's Light, once per turn. If this card is in your hand, you can target a Fiend effect monster you control, negate its effects, and if you do, special summon this card. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add a Mutiny in the Sky from your deck to your hand. And then we have Loose the Dusk's Dark, which is a sick-looking card. Dark level 8, Fiend Fusion, 3500 attack, 3000 defense. Requires 3 Fiends and or Fairy monsters in your graveyard. So this is one of those fusion monsters that cannot be fused with like a regular polymerization. You just can't do it because you can't use cards from your graveyard with poly. It requires you to use a card that can specifically fuse from the graveyard. So like Fiendsmith Sequence or their own fusion spell. Monsters in your leftmost or rightmost main monster zones cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can only use each of the following effects of Luce the Dusk's Dark once per turn. You can target one card your opponent controls, send a Fiend or Fairy monster from your deck to the graveyard, and if you do, destroy that card. If another card you control is destroyed by card effect, except during the damage step, you can target one card on the field, destroy it. Let's read the fusion spell because this is like a package of 3 cards that belong together. There's not really a point talking about this while we haven't read the fusion spell. Mutiny in the Sky, common. Spell card. Fusion, summon 1 Fiend or Fairy fusion monster from your extra deck by shuffling Fiend and or Fairy monsters from your graveyard into the deck as material. If this card's in your graveyard, you can send 1 Fiend or Fairy monster from your hand or face up field to the graveyard, add this card to your hand. You can only use each effect of Mutiny in the Sky once per turn. Okay, so, like I said, I have seen these cards before, and let me just walk you through the process I've went through when I've read these cards, because initially, my first thought about this was just like, okay, this seems to be like somewhat generic Fiend support. And of course, when I'm thinking Fiend support, the first direction I was thinking in was like, okay, is this something that Fiendsmith can use? Because it's obviously also fusion related. So the first direction that my mind went was Fiendsmith. And for Fiendsmith, I felt like this seemed like kind of cute, but I just felt like it wasn't quite good enough because, I mean, an extra fusion spell for Fiendsmith can be neat, but like, what are you really fusing into in the TCG where we don't have the fusion Lacrima? I do think this would have been a pretty interesting set of cards if we did have fusion Lacrima, because it was just basically a set of, okay, we have an extender and we have an extra fusion spell that we can basically send for free. To make like the Lacrima as an extender, which is neat, but like ultimately I don't think it's that powerful. You can make Aerial Eater with this. Like in general, I think Mutiny in the Sky is a solid card. Like this is a solid Yu-Gi-Oh card, just basically like a miracle fusion for fiends. But instead of banishing, you're putting it back into the deck. Plus you can get it back to your hand every turn. Basically, it's not a bad card. But it just didn't really feel like it was great Fiendsmith support per se, right? Because Fiendsmith doesn't really want to remove their cards from the graveyard, and they already do that with Sequence. And the of course, Fiendsmith Sequence can also summon this because it is a Fiend fusion monster, and it requires cards in your graveyard, so you can summon this with Sequence. But I cannot think of many scenarios where you would rather fuse this than a Desiree, because Desiree is also a powerhouse of a card. But these are, I just looked at it through that lens and I was like, okay, these cards are fine, but are probably not going to really make the cut. But then, of course, there's other decks. And then the funny thing is that I was completely confused as to why these effects were on here, right? Like monsters in your leftmost or rightmost main monster zones cannot be destroyed by card effects. I was like, why is this here? Why is this here? Because my Fiendsmith head was just like thinking in the wrong direction, I suppose, because the more I look at it and the more other people have told me this is like, yeah, these cards seem kind of like tailor-made as BA support, right? Because it's a level 3 that can special summon itself from hand. It makes it so that the BA monsters do not self-destroy or self-destruct in your left and rightmost main monster zone. Also, if you happen to have a BA on the board that is not in the left or rightmost main monster zone, you can still summon out Yugioh to negate it, and then it will not destroy itself as well. So it's a level 3 Fiend extender for BA that when it goes to graveyard adds you the fusion spell. And then the fusion spell, I guess, can also, because it says Fiend or Fairy, you can also special summon, I think, the Dante fusion monster. I believe that's a Fairy. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it's a Warrior. But I think it's a Fairy. With this, which is neat. And also, both of these just happen to be pretty good mills for Dante, right? It's like, it's by including these cards in your BA deck, you do get to just get to play some more cards that are both solid draws as well as very solid mills off of Dante. Because I mean, if you mill this one, it just gets you the fusion spell for free, and if you mill this one, you can still send a Fiend or Fairy to the grave to add it back, which is a neat ability to have in Burning Abyss, right? So this is, I'm pretty sure this is just Burning Abyss support. But it's Burning Abyss support that happens to also be playable in other decks, which is pretty cool. There's like, I'm sure there's a ton of decks. People in chat are already mentioning a ton of different decks that you can potentially play this in. Ultimately, my only problem with these cards is that they have a lot of applications, but I'm not sure if any individual application is quite strong enough for it. Like, I'm not sure if this is, I'm pretty sure that this is like not good enough to make like Burning Abyss meta again. Like it's a neat tool that you'll probably use in Burning Abyss, but it probably still remains a rogue deck because it's not like that. It's because the fusion monster is not that great, I think. If the fusion monster was like insane, then you would probably look into it more and it probably would be a lot better. But like the fact that this is basically, it requires 3 monsters, which is a decent amount of setup, and then it's also only really useful going second, right? Like if this was a quick effect, we'd be talking, right? If this was something we could end on and it would be really good, then it'd be fine. Maybe the fusion monster doesn't have to be so great though, because you can still make all the other fusion monsters with it, right? There's a lot of good targets for Mutiny in the Sky, right? It can make Aerial Eater, which is good in Fiend decks in general. You can make let me just quick check before I yap Dante Fusion Monster, if that's actually a Fairy. I think it is, but let me... Dante... It is a Fairy, yeah. It is a Fairy, and it needs 3 Burning Abyss monsters with different names. So yes, you can make it, which is neat. It's a neat card to be able to make. So... These cards are cool, I think. I like these kind of cards. I'm not quite sure if they're good enough to see play immediately or to make a deck immediately meta that they are in. But I like when they make cards like these, especially as world premiere cards, that get you thinking, right? And these are this is this kind of card, right? Like this is the kind of card that makes you think in a lot of different directions because they have potential. They are potentially good enough to see play. And it's like pretty open as to where you could play those cards because there's a lot of different decks that could benefit from this. I mean, people in chat have been mentioning like DDD, Despia, Unchained for Aerial Eater access, Infernoid, whatever. Like there's a bunch of decks that you can throw these into next to the obvious ones, right? Like I would say like Fiendsmith is probably the obvious choice for Fiend stuff at the moment, and then BA seems what this is made for, but there's other stuff that you can do. Even Melodious, yeah, Melodious can make the Melodious fusion with Mutiny in the Sky by fusing from the graveyard, which could be pretty neat, you know, because the Melodious fusions are pretty powerful as well, and having more access to them is good. So I quite like these cards. I'm a fan of it, even though immediately they're probably not going to catapult anything to tier 1. I think it's good. You can finally hard summon Hugin. you can hard summon Hugin already. You just have to get like a Sleipnir in the main monster zone, then you can poly for it. But yes, if you have two runics in the grave, you can recycle them to make a Hugin. I don't know if that's your main use case for this card. Probably not. Well, yeah, it's cool. And then we have Steel Stringed Sacrifice here, which is I think like a standalone card. Nothing, doesn't belong to a group of cards. A light level 1 warrior, 800 and 1000. This is Monarch Squire stats, which Monarch support is also in Duelist Advanced, so I wonder if it has anything to do with that. I haven't read this one yet. If this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can reveal one level 5 or higher monster in your hand, then activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect once per turn. During the end phase of this turn, lose 1,000 life points if you did not normal summon the revealed monster or a monster with the same name after activating this effect. Reveal a level 5 or higher, then activate. Okay, special summon this card from your hand, add this card from your graveyard to your hand, or banish this card from your grave, and if you do, add a level 5 or higher monster from your grave to your hand. Okay, so it is a level 1 warrior with Squire stats, which is basically telling me it's meant to be played in Monarchs. So what does this card offer for Monarchs? You can only use each effect once per turn. Wait, this means I can use this thing multiple times? So in theory, I can start by special summoning it from my hand, right? And then let's just stay in the realm that this is meant to be played in. Let's say we're playing this in Monarchs, right? So I'm special summoning this from my hand. Then I'm tributing it for a tribute summon. Then it's in the graveyard. Then I can use it again as long as I have another level 5 or higher monster in my hand. Of course, I need more. I need to reveal something that because I just tribute summoned, I need another level 5 or higher in the hand, but I can do it again to just add it back from the graveyard or to add a level 5 or higher from the graveyard back to the hand. Yeah. During the end phase? No. It's just the end phase is the life points that you lose. But the rest happens immediately. I hate it when the artwork doesn't fit to the archetype. I will say I like this artwork. I do think it's a cool looking card, but I see where you're coming from because it feels nothing like Monarchs. It's a cool artwork, but it's like completely out of line with the Monarch archetype, I suppose. But ultimately, whatever, man. I think that's also kind of funny. I think it's fine. When I just read it for the first time just now, I just assumed you'd be able to just use one of these effects per turn, and that would have been not very good. The ability to use basically multiple effects in the same turn, I think makes it somewhat interesting. I think it's not terrible. I think just like a free special summon from hand that later on just adds another card from your graveyard back to your hand, whether it's itself or just like a Monarch or something. Like, especially in Monarch, where some of the Monarchs are interruption on the opponent's turn, right? Specifically Ether. I don't even know if they still play Ether these days in Monarch with the new support. I haven't looked at it yet. But like, if you can like summon an Ether on your first turn, and then later on, add it back to your hand from the graveyard so you have it available on the opponent's turn. That could be a pretty relevant add back on the first turn. So it's a neat card. The only thing is like, will a card like this see play in modern Yu-Gi-Oh? Because even though it helps you play, it is not a starter in any sort of way, right? It's not something you can really get going with. So it's a little weird. It's gonna remain. We're gonna have to see if that's good enough to see play. Add back Lancia. Yeah, you can add back Lancia with this. It's crazy. If you go second against Malice, you Lancia them, and then you have this in your hand. They are scrambling. All right, we have Xyz Lay, which is an equip spell. The equipped monster gains 200 attack for each material on the field. Once per turn, you can activate the following effect based on the equipped monster's card type. If it's an Xyz, you can detach 2 materials from a monster you control, set an Xyz spell trap from your deck. Other, special summon a monster with the same level as the equipped monster from your hand in defense position, but negate its effects. You can only activate 1 Xyz Lay per turn. Okay. This card is pretty bad in terms of its effects. The only way this is playable is because you might be able to add it for free because it's called Xyz. Like, that's something that I actually don't remember exactly what they did have, like the Xyz armor fortress line where you like put you put them on top of each other, and like it's they like search XYZ cards. So, but like, can that isn't that just Xyz armor? They only search Xyz armors. Oh, okay. Ah, but you guys are saying one of the Gagagas can search it. Well, yeah. I long story short, this card is not good enough to see play on its own, but I'm pretty sure it's meant to be added. It's like meant to be added for free in like the Utopia deck, which apparently it can. But yeah, okay. We'll see if that's relevant enough. Then we have Psychic Omnibuster, which is a Wind level 7 Psychic Synchro, which obviously goes with the Psychic theme in Duelist Advanced. There's a couple of Psychic retrains and Psychic support cards. We have 2500 attack, 2000 defense, a tuner plus a non-tuner Psychic, so it's not quite generic. Each time your opponent activates a card or effect on the field, except during the damage step, you can pay 2000 life points and declare one card type, monster, spell, or trap, but you can only declare each card type once per turn to activate this effect of Psychic Omnibuster. Look at one random card in your opponent's hand, and if it's the declared card type, apply these effects in sequence, skip over any that don't apply. This card cannot be destroyed by the effects of the declared card type this turn. Banish that card you looked at face up until the end phase. Okay. This is a very wacky card. This is a weird card, right? So in a world where you're just like the luckiest duelist alive and your opponent doesn't play around it at all, because here's the thing, if your opponent is worried about losing a specific spell or trap card in their hand, they can just set him before playing into this card, right? Like if I have one spell in my hand and my opponent has Psychic Omnibuster and I really don't want them to hit that spell card, I can just set it. So the only thing I think that you are realistically hand ripping with this is a monster. Now, the thing is, a monster, you will basically hit a monster every time against modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks, unless your opponent just like keeps all the spells in their hand, and it's kind of like a 50-50. But like, you do get to look at one card in their hand, and it's most likely going to be a monster, and it's going to be banished until the end phase, which is neat. The problem is that really worth a level 7 synchro that you have to pay 2000 life points for and wait until your opponent activates a card or effect on the field? I think that's like so much worse than other cards. Like, for example, we are comparing it to Cyframe Lord Omega or something like that. So like, I think it's just not good enough for a hand rip, which is good. I want to say I don't want them to make more hand rip cards. I mean, with my recent experience with like Mermail in both TCG and Master Duel, I think hand ripping is one of the least fun aspects of like combo decks sometimes. And this not being a good hand rip is good. It's not a terrible card though, I will say. I don't think this is a terrible card, because it does have value. Like, you will, whenever you make this card, you are going to get value out of it, I think, because your opponent is probably going to start playing into it, and you will probably banish one monster out of their hand, which, the thing is, it's also random, so you might just hit a monster they didn't need. And the fact that your opponent has to play into it first means they can just use their most important stuff first, so they don't lose it. But it's just kind of mid. It's just like a mediocre card, which is a good news because it's a hand rip card. I don't want a hand rip card to be super high quality. But yeah, it can still do some pretty insane stuff, right? Like, if if your opponent plays a bunch of spells and you get lucky hitting a spell that they didn't set. Because, I mean, some spells you cannot really set before playing because they're quick play spells. Like, if you have a certain quick play spell that you don't want to use yet, then you might lose it to this, right? So, at worst, this gets you deck info. I mean, at worst, if you miss, you do still know a card in their hand, which you could still then play around better. But still, you made us level 7 Synchro and paid 2,000 life points to learn about one card in their hand. That is not a very good worst case. Like, the worst case scenario for this card is pretty bad. Can't you do it 3 times? You can do it 3 times, but then you're paying 6,000 life points. You're paying 6,000 life points, and the thing is, like, I'm basically discounting the trap thingy because you're not gonna hit a trap. That's not real. Like, if you've already called monster and spell, and your opponent still has a trap in their hand, and they don't set it, that's not a real game of Yu-Gi-Oh! That doesn't count. Like, you're not going to hit traps with this ever. The deck can let you do it for free. Yes, at the same time, that's not really the limiting factor to this card, I think. Like, yes, not paying 6,000 life points to do it 3 times is neat. But still, I'm not too worried. I mean, looking at the Millennium cards, for example, it's like paying large chunks of life points is still worth it if the effect is good enough. In this case, I'm just like worried that the effect is not quite good enough. But yeah, if the Psychic deck does this for free anyways, because I'm pretty sure the new Psychic support does lock you into Psychics. Like, there is a world where this is just your best option on a level 7 Psychic Synchro, like, to end on. It might be. There might be scenarios where this is just the best thing you have, and for those scenarios, it's gonna be fine. Because this is a card that when you make it on your end board, it's fine. Zeta exists. Yeah, Zeta exists, but Zeta is a different type of interaction. It is also not that powerful. Like, Zeta is also not that great. Zeta is, like, pretty easy to play around for most decks. Okay. So that is the remaining world premiere cards, I believe. This is now imports. This is cards that are coming over from the OCG. And this is the sad news, I feel like. At least to me personally, this is pretty mediocre stuff. This one I think becomes relevant with Yummy maybe, but they don't even play it in the OCG. What about the ritual ones? Yeah, we're looking at the ritual ones in the next tab. I just have my tabs organized in this order. I don't know why. But yeah, we've read these cards before. We don't have to go over this. Moon Gardener and Moon Magician are pretty mediocre cards. And Galaxy Wardrake is also, like, it's not a terrible card, but it's not a great card either. And this one does not see play in Yummy at the moment, which is, I think, where it's meant to go. It's in the OCG, so it's like, kind of eh. I'm not mad that we're getting these cards. I'm more so disappointed in the cards we are not getting in this set, because of course Duelist Advance is the set that brings us the new Sky Striker support, like Sky Striker A0 and other stuff. And the fact that we are not getting as an import Sky Striker Ace Camellia, for example, which has been out in the OCG for like 2 years or something at this point, is crazy. I thought for sure this was the time and the place to put those cards, because Sky Striker support is literally in this set. Why is there no Camellia? I don't know. The only reason I can think of is that we're getting Camellia and at some point soon to, like, promote another kind of set. Like, maybe they throw it in, like, the Mega Tins or something because they want those to have some more chase cards. But, like, there's no way we're not getting Camellia this year. Like, that's crazy. This is almost as weird as it was with Olcanix. When we didn't get Olcanix, like, forever since Fire Kings come out. Like, such a weird timing. But yeah, okay. We do actually have some more. I actually went in the wrong order. We do have more TCG exclusives. There is generic ritual support in here, which is an interesting time for ritual support. I mean, of course, we all know Mitsurugi is one of the best decks in the TCG at the moment. And there's also some other ritual archetypes that are getting support at the moment. Like, I think in Duelist Advanced, there is Hungry Burger, like Nouvelle support. And I think for, then we also have Necros, of course, in the Battles of Legends set. So there's a couple of decks at the moment that would really appreciate ritual support. And whenever I see this little Raven guy, I am interested. Because historically, a lot of the really good ritual support cards are connected to this little Raven thingy. Because Preparation of Rites and Pre-Preparation of Rites are both those types of cards that are really good and have the Raven on them. So let's see. We can actually just read it straight off the card. Once per turn, during your main phase, you can ritual summon this card by tributing monsters from your hand or field whose total levels equal or exceed 1. Fiend Ritual Pendulum, you can only ritual summon this card with Miracle Raven, so it ritual summons itself. Must be ritual summoned. This ritual summon card is unaffected by your opponent's activated effect. If you ritual summon exactly one ritual monster with a card effect that requires use of monsters, this card you control can be used as the entire tribute. If this card is tributed for a ritual summon, you can add a ritual monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. First things first, can I just say something about pendulums? Because I feel like we've talked about this in one of the recent, I believe it was the new Solfa Chord support. This is the type of stuff that I mean when I say I love, like, original uses of the pendulum mechanic. Whenever they make use of pendulum in this way, I'm a huge fan of it. I like this because this is a very unique way of using a card that's a pendulum, because pendulum cards have a very unique trait, which is that they can both be spells and monsters at the same time. So using that fact in an interesting way is, I think, the best way to make interesting pendulum cards that don't just go into like the generic pendulum slop, whatever. This thing just ritual summons itself with its own scale effect and summons itself from the scale, which is pretty cool. I think that's a cool thing. So of course, what is this card meant to do? I mean, it can be used in other ways, but the way it's meant to be used is it's like meant to give you your full tribute for a ritual summon. By ritual summoning itself first, you tribute like a low-level monster from your hand to special summon it, and then you ritual summon a high-level monster by tributing it. Which is cool, I think. And then when you tribute it, you even get a ritual monster from your deck, which is pretty neat. I do think this card is good generic ritual support. I cannot think of, there's more. There's also a spell card, so I'm reading that in a second. Right now, I can't think of a deck that would immediately use this because I don't know how good it is in Mitsurugi, but I will say it is even in some forms, it's even a consistency card in Mitsurugi, because it lets you tribute your big Mitsurugis from the hand, right? So you can turn those into searchers. Like this plus Murakumo is combo. This plus Futsu is combo, right? Because you contribute them from your hand to summon this, and then you get a search. So that's, even in that deck, it's kind of neat. Good use of Charmies. That as well, right? Yeah, let's say you draw this plus a Charmy plus some other stuff. You can just summon this out by tributing the Charmy, and then you have a good ritual fodder. Yeah. It could also be used in ritual decks to, like, play multiple engines. Like someone in chat just mentioned, you can, like, use this to search Habakiri in other decks, which is true. Like, if you start with this, and then you tribute it to ritual summon, whatever, you can then search Habakiri, which Habakiri is not searchable by Preparation of Rites, but this is, right? So you can go multiple steps to basically access Habakiri with Preparation of Rites, because you can Preparation of Rites for Miracle Raven, then tribute your Miracle Raven to search Habakiri. So there's some interesting applications here. And then we have Readying of Rites, a new spell card, and this is the interesting one, I think, because the Rites spell cards, so far, I mean, historically, I think there's only two, and they're both pretty powerful. Readying of Rites. Add one Fiend Ritual monster from your deck to your hand. Then, if you added a Pendulum monster, you can special summon a Sacrificial Offering token. Fiend Dark level 1, 300, 300. While you control that token, you cannot special summon from the extra deck. When your ritual monster inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can banish this card from your graveyard, draw one card. You can only use each effect of Readying of Rites once per turn. Okay. Quite simply, if this card is good, then this card is also good because it searches this, plus gives you a token, plus potentially draws you a card later. I don't know if there's other Fiend... What's a Fiend ritual? Libromancer Doombroker, I think, is a Fiend. Or is that a warrior? I think Libromancer Doombroker. Malakoda. Okay. Malakoda. I think that's a Fiend, yeah. Nouvelle. Vendred. Vendred is zombie, isn't it? Anyways, I don't know. If there's a good use case to search another Fiend ritual, then sure, this can also be used for that. The main use case of this card is, of course, just adding Miracle Raven. You're trying to add Miracle Raven with this card, which means you're getting a free token, which is a level 1 token that locks you out of the extra deck, so it's pretty clear what you're meant to do with the token. You are meant to just summon your Miracle Raven with it, which is cool. So this card basically gets you the Miracle Raven onto the field, and then you can even potentially draw a card later. This is like it's a convoluted way of saying this card is basically emergency teleport for Miracle Raven, right? Which is not bad. It's an interesting package. I like this. And then we have Ashlan U1000, which is a link to Cybers. Love those. 2 monsters with different types and attributes. If a ritual monster this card points to attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. You can reveal a ritual monster in your hand, add a ritual monster with a different type and attribute from your deck to your hand. Oh, okay. If you ritual summon, except during the damage step, you can target a face-up card your opponent controls, return it to the hand. Ooh, okay. Another Cybers that supports Mitsurugi and does nothing for Malice. I mean, that's a good thing, if anything. Okay. Reveal a ritual monster in your hand. Add a ritual monster with a different type and attribute from your deck to your hand. Now, that's... That is... I feel like I'm thinking about it in, like, too narrow of a way, because I'm thinking of it, like, within archetypes, right? Like, for example, Mitsurugi, all the Mitsurugi ritual monsters have the same type and attribute. So you can't like reveal one Mitsurugi to search another Mitsurugi, but you don't have to do this, right? You can mix archetypes up. There is some very generic ritual support cards that you can, for example, if you play Miracle Raven in a ritual deck, and your ritual deck is not Dark Fiend, like let's say Necros. Arbitrary example, because I like Necros. In Necros, none of them are dark, and I think none of them are Fiend. So you can just reveal Miracle Raven to search any Necros, or you can reveal any Necros to get the Miracle Raven for free. And there's also applications in other decks. Also, once again, this leans into the like mixing of different engines as well. Like if you play. We can play Mitsurugi packages in every ritual deck basically, and just make the link to reveal your, I don't know, Skull Guardian to search Habakiri, and then you do Mitsurugi combo. So like there's applications for this card for sure. Plus, if you ritual summon, you get to bounce a card, which you can do this on the opponent's turn in a lot of decks. You can do it on your own turn to break boards. You get piercing battle damage as a nice bonus on top. I think I like this card too. I think all three of these cards are very solid ritual support. Like, I don't know which deck uses these the best. There's a ton of applications for this. I mean, chat is already full of different decks and different like applications for these cards. But I think that's what makes these cool in a way. Because I mean, if that was look, if that was like the case generically, right? Like if they make generic cards that have like so many applications and are like super powerful, I'd be kind of concerned with it. But since we are still limited to the space of ritual monsters, for the most part, that is probably fine. And I say probably because there's still a possibility that this is used for some crazy ritual combo slop in like maybe another deck or whatever. There's a chance for these cards to kind of like quote unquote go wrong. At the same time, most of the broken applications I can see for this is when like when a deck just searches Habakiri, because Habakiri is like pretty much the only ritual monster that does like a crazy broken combo on its own, right? Most other ritual cards you can search are not that crazy. So for now, there might be some crazy applications for Habakiri searches with this in different ritual decks. I think in the long run, when they eventually hit Mitsurugi, which I mean, of course they will at some point, then this is going to go back to like just being a normal ritual support card, I suppose. Which I think is cool. So yeah, no, this is good ritual support. This is good ritual support. All right, I'll be right back. Quick little toilet break, and then we will take a look at Duelist Advance as a whole. Us. All right. Oh. Good thing I don't need my keyboard right now. Because it is now occupied. Early cam? Hold up. No. Wish I could get a cat. My allergies would murder me. I have a cat allergy too, but that tends to be like, it tends to be better and worse depending on the cat, at least for me. So the way we did it is we just we went to the shelter like multiple times to see if I was like super allergic to him or not, and it just turned out fine. So we went there like I think 4 or 5 times before we took him home. Has Charlie ever made you lose a game? Yes. I have lost games because I was distracted when I played Master Duel. Not on stream, but off stream. Is it hot right now in Germany? It was very hot last week. Today it's a little better so far. But like up until Sunday, it was like so warm. At least where I live right now, it's not that bad today. But yeah. Let's get back to work. Okay. Let us talk about Duelist Advance. In 30 seconds, okay? No. Distracting me. All right. Now I want to discuss Duelist Advance today because all the cards are now out. All the info on this set is now publicly available. We know rarities and stuff. Although I don't want to lean in too much about the rarities. I guess we can touch upon it like to after once we discuss like which cards are relevant and which cards aren't. But for the most part, let us just discuss about the meta relevance of this set because it is the biggest set we're getting until the NAWCQ and the EUWCQ in general. Worlds qualifying season. These cards are all legal for those tournaments. And so we're going to have to see how important they exactly are. And while I do think that it's not the most impactful set of the year, I do think there's still some pretty good stuff in here that I want to take a closer look at and maybe highlight a little bit and also just think about it a little bit. I want to say that this is more of a discussion that I want to have together with you guys rather than just something where I tell you exactly how good everything is going to be because I haven't played with all of these archetypes yet. I've looked at some of them, I've theorized some of them for the European Championship, but I'm also not yet fully like versed in this new format. But there's a couple of things I think that are worth talking about, worth looking at when it comes to Duelist Advance. And I think for the most part, it's a little bit more relevant than maybe people think, is my gut feeling for it. Because from what I've heard from a lot of people is that they think it's not going to change much when it comes to like, oh, we got Malice and Mitsurugi format at the moment. And this set is not going to change much about that. I'm not so sure about it. I think there's some stuff in here that's actually quite meta relevant, even in the short term. I mean, we already know that in the long term, for example, Vanquish Soul is going to be a very relevant deck because it's currently dominating the OCG format with alongside K9, right? K9 Vanquish Soul is a huge deal in the OCG, and that's why I want to start with Vanquish Soul for today's discussion. And for Vanquish Soul, there's a total of 3 new cards in this set. Let me open them up real quick. I tell from their artworks here, here, and here. Now, the first card is probably the least important card, and it's called Vanquish Soul Rocks, which first of all, yes, it does. Second of all, it is a rank 4 Xyz monster that requires 2+ level 4 Vanquish Soul monsters. Once per turn, if a Vanquish Soul monster battled this turn, you can also Xyz summon Vanquish Soul rocks by using a Vanquish Soul monster or a rock of the Vanquisher you control. Transfer its materials to this card. Gains the following effects based on the attributes of its attached materials. Dark, all monsters your opponent controls lose 800. Fire, Vanquish Soul monsters you control gain 1000. Earth, you can detach a material from this card, destroy a card your opponent controls. Now, personally, I think this is the least relevant card in this in the set for Vanquish Soul, simply because it's just kind of meh, right? Like it's just kind of meh. It's sometimes useful to make an Xyz on top of Rock of the Vanquisher, but like it's main phase 2 only, and when you're using a dark, that's the problem, right? Like when you're using a dark for it, it basically gains no real bonus. Like your opponent's monsters losing 800 is not really a bonus. I would say the only time where this really makes a huge difference is when you can make it with an Earth. Which is when you'd have to overlay a Caesar or a Panthera, I guess. Which is okay. If the thing is, it can also be a Zeus material, right? Like if you battle with an Xyz monster, and then you make this on top of a Vanquish Soul, and then you make a Zeus on top of this, you can then use it, which is neat. Oh, Holy Sue is also Earth, right? Holy Sue is also Earth. So like after you've battled with the Holy Sue, you can turn it into a rocks and then destroy a card. It's neat. It's neat. It's the weakest card out of the new set for Vanquish Soul, but I also think that's okay because it's a free extra deck summon, basically, right? Like if it's the only thing that it costs you to play this card is 1 extra deck space. And if I don't think extra deck is super tight for Vanquish Soul for the most part. At least historically, Vanquish Soul has been a deck that that doesn't really care that much about extra deck space. Especially before we get the K9 cards. Because with the K9 cards, you need like a bunch of rank 5s in your extra deck. Before the K9 cards, you might not care about extra deck space. And so you're just going to have it there as an option. It's kind of like, it kind of reminds me, in that way, it reminds me of Typhon a little bit, where yes, Typhon doesn't win every game it comes down. It's not an insane card, but it's a free option in your extra deck. It has like, it's not a break or anything like that. It just takes up 1 extra deck space, and sometimes it comes in handy. And I think this card is very similar to that. So it's still like an appreciated card for Vanquish Soul, I'm pretty sure. But the other two are the much bigger deal. And first up, we've got Vanquish Soul Holy Sue. During the main phase, quick effect, reveal 1 other Vanquish Soul in your hand, special summon this card from your hand. Quick effect, you can activate one of these effects by revealing monsters in your hand with the listed attributes. If you reveal Earth and Dark, you can take control of a monster your opponent controls with the lowest attack. And if you reveal Fire and Dark, you can special summon a non-psychic Vanquish Soul from your deck. Which gives you Raisin access, which is huge. Or Mad Love. I'm pretty sure Mad Love is not a psychic, right? It's just like you cannot summon itself, but the Mad Love is not a psychic. I don't know what Mad Love is, but I don't think it's psychic. But I'm double checking real quick just so I'm not yapping. I think it's a fiend. It is a fiend. Yeah, you can summon Mad Love with this. So this basically, this does multiple things for Vanquish Soul. In some ways, it's consistency because you can tutor out Mad Love or Raisin with it. That is somewhat specific because you need to be revealing Fire and Dark, which are also the attributes of Raisin and Mad Love respectively. So chances are if you have those 2 attributes, you probably have one of those 2 already, but not all the time. Sometimes you just have like Ash and Abystial or something. But like this does 2 really important things for Vanquish Soul, which were both definitely necessary for the deck. First, it gives the deck a huge boost to its ceiling. Because that's the thing with all of the big Vanquish Soul monsters. Every single additional Vanquish Soul monster you have increases the ceiling of the deck by so much because you can use all of these effects on your turn and your opponent's turn. And so, like, being able to special summon a Vanquish Soul on your own turn and then use one of these 2 effects on the opponent's turns is huge because your ceiling just went up by so much. Plus, this is basically a hand trap if you draw the right attributes. If you draw this card with a Vanquish Soul monster, and you're going second, you can start popping off immediately on your opponent's first turn, which is not always going to be the case, but still, like, it's still basically like an in-engine hand trap for Vanquish Soul, because if you have it alongside, and it's an interruption no matter what attributes you pair with it. As long as you can activate one of these effects, it's always an interruption, because you either just steal one of your opponent's monsters straight up if you have Earth and Dark, which can be pretty devastating for some decks. It's one of the best ways, for example, to deal with a Malice normal summon. Like, taking control of a Malice normal summon is crazy, because at that point, they can't extend with Abyss Steel, they can't extend with March Hare. Like, that normal summon, you've just taken it, and they can't really banish it from there, which is pretty huge. But that's always a disruption. And then the second part is also always a disruption, because you can just summon Raisin with it, or Madlove, which are both interruptions. I mean, you can also summon Borger with it, draw a card. If your hand is completely crazy, you could technically also summon Caesar with it. But like, chances are, because of how Vanquish Soul works, is that if you can resolve the second effect of this card on your opponent's first turn, that you have multiple interrupts on your opponent's turn. Because the way it would go most of the time is you're going to go reveal Fire and Dark, special summon Raisin into like a column that your opponent is playing into, right? Like, after your opponent normal summons, you know which column they're in. You just go, okay, I'll summon Raisin into that column. I'll use Raisin to add, and then I'll use Raisin to pop. And chances are, if you're adding with Raisin, that you can probably resolve a Caesar Valius pop on your opponent's turn as well. Because think about it. If you have a Fire and a Dark in your hand, you special summon Raisin, you search Caesar Valius, which Caesar Valius needs to reveal Fire, Dark, and Earth. And guess what? How do you summon Caesar Valius? You return Holy Suit to the hand, which is an Earth. So if you have a Fire and a Dark in your hand, you can always pop with Raisin, and you can pop with Caesar. It's 2 pops, because you are guaranteed to have Fire, Dark, and Earth in your hand after you return it to your hand with the Caesar Valius. So, crazy value going first and going second. Crazy, like, ceiling for Vanquish Soul in this card alone. Like, this card alone is a crazy boost to Vanquish Soul. And it's something that, like, you can probably, even if you've never played Vanquish Soul before, because it wasn't that meta relevant, you can probably already tell how relevant this card is. But I think really at the point when you've played Vanquish Soul, I think is when you really understand how crazy this card is. Like, this card is nuts for Vanquish Soul, in my opinion. Really, really strong. But that's not even all, because this other card, like, this is also a really big deal. This card is called Vanquish Soul Start, and it's a field spell, and it says you can target a Vanquish Soul monster you control. Add 1 Vanquish Soul monster with a different attribute from your deck to your hand. If a Vanquish Soul monster you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can reveal a Vanquish Soul monster in your hand instead. During your end phase, if you control 2 or more Vanquish Soul monsters, you can set a Vanquish Soul trap from your deck. You can only use each effect once per turn. The reason why I think this card is so crazy, obviously it's a field spell that searches. I mean, we don't have to talk about why that's good, but the reason why that is especially broken in Vanquish Soul is the fact that Madlove, which is your spell trap searcher in Vanquish Soul, used to not be a great starter, because it didn't get you to Raisin. Because the only spell card that Vanquish Soul really had that was good, like, I mean, besides like the quick play spells, interruptions, but like Stake Your Soul was not a Vanquish Soul card. So Stake Your Soul cannot be searched in Vanquish Soul. So this card had no way to get you to Raisin, because there was no spell trap with the Vanquish Soul name tag that could get you Raisin. Now there is. Now there is a field spell that after you search with Madlove, you're gonna have a Vanquish Soul monster with a different attribute than Raisin. So normal summon Madlove, search start, search Raisin, gets you Raisin. Which is good. And then you can even summon the Raisin from your hand with Rock of the Vanquisher. So you don't really care about having 2 normal summons. So this card's really good. On top of that, it can give you access to the Vanquish Soul Trap card in the end phase, which is obviously really strong. The Vanquish Soul Trap is really powerful. Also, this card protects your Vanquish Soul monsters from battle or card effect destruction, which I think in the current TCG format is pretty relevant, because you can reveal one Vanquish Soul monster in your hand to basically protect your entire board from a Murakumo Raigeki effect, which just happens to be a really good protection in the TCG at the moment, because one of the most common like board wipes in the TCG at the moment is Murakumo, which just destroys everything at the same time. So being able to and it's once per turn as well, so you can once per turn protect, but like that pop is also once per turn, so that's huge. Of course, the Vanquish Soul Trap also protects you from Murakumo, because it says it's a crazy setup. Like the Vanquish Soul setup might not look as fancy on the outside, like on the surface, because it just plays on the opponent's turn so much. But like this trap is a really good interruption as well, because it basically destroys all your opponent's monsters, and it makes it so you can summon a Vanquish Soul from your hand. You can your Vanquish Souls can't be destroyed by card effects, and you're destroying all monsters on the field, but not your own, because they can't be destroyed. So like this trap is really good against Mitsurugi as well, because nothing can be destroyed after you do this. And it's really hard for, like, I genuinely, the full Vanquish Soul setup in the current format, I don't think can really be broken by Malice, for example, because Malice, like, Vanquish Soul has the best form of interaction against Malice. It doesn't have Omni Negates. It doesn't have any of those fancy stuff that tries to stop your opponent from playing completely. But Vanquish Soul has something else, which is pops after pops after pops after pops, and also a steal with Holy Sue. And that's really good against Malice. Being able to just repeatedly clear all the Malice bodies is super powerful against Malice. So what you have, you basically have a Holy Sue steal, you have a Raisin pop, you have a Caesar pop, you have a Mad Love bounce, you have a Borger draw, you have and then you have the Snow Devil to pop the entire field. It's basically not breakable for Malice. Here's the thing, you guys are mentioning Drolin Lockbird. Drolin Lockbird, I think, is a fair argument. Drolin Lockbird is going to be good against Vanquish Soul. But here's the thing, if Vanquish Soul goes first, depending on how their hand shapes up, Vanquish Soul is one of the decks that can play on the opponent's turn really well. And if Vanquish Soul maybe gets their first ad and then gets to make Rock of the Vanquisher with that normal summon, even if they get drolled, they might be able to just do a lot of stuff on your turn anyways. Like, they will just say, like, okay, pass turn, and then I'm going to do all the things that I was going to do on my first turn. I'm just going to do it on your turn. Which is, like, I think not so unreasonable for Vanquish Soul. Like, I think Vanquish Soul is one of the better decks into Drolin Lockbird. I think the biggest problem is if you start with Mad Love and then you get drolled after you add the field spell. That is the biggest problem. Which, by the way, the field spell, at the moment in the OCG, the field spell is a one-off in this deck, which is kind of crazy to me, but I also can kind of see why. Because, like, in Vanquish Soul, it's really important to draw a bunch of monsters. Like, in Vanquish Soul, it really is a deck where you want to be playing, like, the OCG lists I've seen are upwards of like 35 monsters, because you want to make sure that you have something to reveal for your Vanquish Soul effects. Like, you want to play cards that you can reveal for the Vanquish Souls, because you want to make sure that when you open Holy Sue going second, you have those attributes to go with it. And whenever you are using your cards, you want to make sure that you have, like, attributes left in your hand that you can reveal for Valius or whatever. Like, you really want to play mainly monsters, and if you can, you want to play hand traps that are also, like, the good attributes for Vanquish Soul. The good attributes for Vanquish Soul are basically Earth, Dark, and Fire. That's the only attributes they are, and the only attributes they need to reveal for their effects. It's always Earth, Dark, and Fire. There are some pretty good hand traps at the moment, some pretty good non-engine in those attributes. Like, for example, Ash Blossom, of course. Bystials are dark. There is Ghost Bell, which is a pretty high value card at the moment for Mitsurugi and Malice. It's pretty decent. There's some other fringe options like Phantasme, for example, which is a really good card in this deck in general because it just basically draws you deeper into the right attributes. It draws you deeper into Holy Su, so you can like perform those combos more consistently. The only thing with Phantasme in the current TCG format is that it's like slightly risky to play Shifter. Not Shifter. Shifter is another option, but Phantasme, because it's like really good against Malice, but not great against other like against some Mitsurugi variants. You can't really easily do it. You can play DD Crow, which is a solid card. You can play Dimension Shifter, like we talked about earlier. Vanquish Soul doesn't really care about Shifter. The thing with Shifter is not that good against the meta decks at the moment. Like, it's not that crazy against Malice. It's not that crazy against Mitsurugi and Ryziel. So I don't know how much you're going to want to play Shifter in the main deck. You're definitely going to side deck Shifter in this deck. The only annoying part about Shifter is that the argument of, oh, you can reveal Shifter for your effects is kind of fake, because most of the time Shifter goes into your graveyard immediately, right? Like, it's not really, yeah. But yeah, there's also other, I've seen people mess around with like the Rescue Ace package as well. Rescue Ace, Fire Attacker, and Impulse, because they're fire monsters. There's some options. I think this deck is very interesting. I like this deck. I just mainly think this deck looks very fun. I think Vanquish Soul has always been like, I don't want to call it a pet deck of mine because I haven't actually brought it to many tournaments, but it's always looked super fun to me. And I loved this deck even in previous iterations, and the fact that it now seems like it actually gets meta relevant, I think is pretty cool. So I like this deck. I'm currently considering to play it at the European Championship, not because I think it's going to be the best deck necessarily, which I'm going to try it. Maybe it is good, but I'm just like, because we are already qualified for Master Duel Worlds, I feel like it takes some pressure off of me for the European Championship. I still want to try hard, of course, but I'm down to play like a deck that I really love for Euros. So I'm thinking about Vanquish Soul at the moment because it sounds really cool to me. The other deck I'm considering, and that's what I want to talk about next, is Sky Striker. Sky Striker is, of course, oh my god, yes, I love Ray, yada yada. A deck that I really like as well. And it's getting some support in Duelist Advance. Unfortunately, like we've already talked about earlier, it's a huge missed opportunity, but a Sky Striker does unfortunately not get the all of the imports that we're missing from the OCG, like Sky Striker is Camellia. Now, I will say I think Camellia is a good card, but I think with Sky Striker A0 coming out, I think Camellia becomes a lot less relevant. Like, it is a good card. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Camellia wouldn't have been nice. But Camellia is not that important anymore now that we get Sky Striker A0. Because for context, Camellia is a link 2 that allows you to send Engage from your deck to the graveyard. Or I think any Sky Striker spell card. And that was obviously really good because you can then send it and then add it back with Kagari, and then you'd have access to Engage, which is pretty cool. But now that we get Sky Striker 0, I'm just going to call it Sky Striker A0. I'm not going to say Sky Striker A equals 0. This card is very, very strong for Sky Strikers. So you can only special summon it once per turn, can't be used as link material. If this card is special summoned, you can add any Sky Striker spell from your deck or graveyard to your hand, and then quick effect, you contribute this card, special summon Ray and Rose from deck or grave, then destroy a card on the field. So you can only use one effect per turn and only once that turn. Really good though. Really, really good. It's it lets you add Engage on the first turn. It's a link 2, but that doesn't matter because it is a Sky Striker Ace monster, so you can just summon it with Ray or linkage. So you can just search engage super easily with this deck. And then it even has a quick effect to disrupt the opponent, right? Like you can just tribute it, summon Ray and Rose, and then pop a card on your opponent's turn, which is really nice. And then the Ray can also tag out on the opponent's turn into something else that slightly disrupts the opponent. So it's pretty cool. Alongside that, we have Sky Striker Special Maneuver Lemniscate, which is a card that I initially didn't rate that highly, but it's actually a lot better than I thought it was in the OCG at the moment. It says, target an equal number of Sky Striker Ace monsters and Sky Striker spells in your graveyard, shuffle them into the deck, then you can return to the hand up to 1 card on the field for every 3 cards shuffled. If a Sky Striker monster is special summoned to your field while this card's in your grave, you can banish this card immediately after this effect resolves. Link summon a Sky Striker Ace monster. You can only use each effect once per turn. Now, this card, I think, is... When I read it for the first time, I thought it was more like just a new version of Hercules base to give you a way to recycle your stuff that was just slightly better. The more I think about it and the more I see it in action, the more I feel like it is so much more than that, because the recycling almost seems like a secondary effect of this card. This card is just like crazy removal and crazy interaction on the opponent's turn for a couple of reasons. The first reason, and I think this is very subtle, but you might not, and I didn't even notice it when I read it for the first time. This is the first Sky Striker quick play spell that does not rely you to have nothing in the main monster zone. You can use this after you anchor take. You can use this later on in the turn. You can use this if you get Kaiju. I mean, if that's even relevant anymore, but like that used to be a thing with Sky Striker where you have like, you can set up 3 Widow Anchors, but if you use one of them to take, you can't use the others. And that's bad. So you always have to use them all at the same time if you want to take with them all, or you have to like not take with one of them, which was always kind of mediocre if you had to do that. This card, you can just use your Widow Anchors, take their stuff, and then use this one after, and it doesn't really matter. There might even be some scenarios where you can like bounce the cards that are occupying your main monster zone. Like let's say you use Widow Anchor to take one of their extra deck monsters. You can just like Lemniscate to bounce it back to the extra deck to free up your main monster zone again. Then on top of that, it is non-target bounce. It does not target. You just shuffle back a bunch of Sky Striker cards and you can non-target bounce 1, 2, or even 3 cards. So the way it works is basically because you have to target an equal number of Sky Striker aces and Sky Striker spells, you basically have to, you basically always have to like, you can either target 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and so forth, because you always have to target one of each. When you target 2, you can't bounce anything. You're only shuffling back. If you target 4, you bounce 1 card. If you target 6, you can bounce 2 cards. If you target 8, it's still 2. If you target 10, it's 3. I don't know how easy it's going to be to bounce 3 cards with this card. I think 2 can definitely happen. Because, I mean, basically, the Sky Striker Ace monsters are not the problem. You always have Sky Striker Ace monsters. Plenty, right? You always have 3 or 4 Sky Striker Ace monsters in your grave, no problem, right? There's going to be a Kagari, there's going to be, you can put a Hayate there, you can put Shizuku, you're going to have Sky Striker Ace 0, like no problem. It's always about like, do you have enough Sky Striker spells? And more normally you should have 3, right? So you can probably always bounce 2 cards with this card, non-targeting, which is pretty neat. But then at this also, I think the graveyard effect for this card is also kind of underrated the more I think about it, because if a Sky Striker monster is special summoned to your field while this card's in your grave, you can banish this card immediately after this effect resolves, link summon a Sky Striker Ace monster. This is disruption on the opponent's turn, because you can link summon something like Zeke. This is something that you cannot summon with Sky Striker Ace Ray on the opponent's turn. This is not something you can tag out into. But it does say, if this card is link summoned, target a face-up monster on the field, banish it until the opponent's next end phase. Which is a good disruption. That's a good secondary effect to have. Like, let's say very simple scenario. You end on Sky Striker Ace 0. You end on Sky Striker Special Maneuver Lemniscate, and let's just ignore the other stuff that we have. There's going to be Widow Anchors, there's going to be more stuff, so on and so forth. Like, obviously, you're going to have some of these cards, but like, just those 2 cards together are now a pretty solid wave of disruption. Like, let's say you end on Sky Striker A0 in the extra monster zone and a set Lamnis Gate. You're going to tribute Sky Striker A0 during the opponent's turn to destroy one card and summon Ray and Rose. Then you can also use Sky Striker Special Maneuver Lemnis Gate to bounce 2 cards non-targeting. Then, if your opponent keeps playing, you can still use Ray to tag out into, let's say you're tagging out into Kagari to add back follow-up. Because you have special summoned a Sky Striker monster, the Kagari, you can then trigger Lemnis Gate in the graveyard to link summon Zeke. So you get the add back from Kagari, and you get to banish with Zeke. And that's just off of Sky Striker A0 and Lemnis Gate. Just these 2 cards are going to be a pop, 2 non-target bounces, and a banish. Off of just those 2 new cards, right? And on top of that, you still have your Widow Anchor takes. You still have you can do Eagle Booster to basically make yourself unkillable and make your thing unaffected. You have Shark Cannons to mess with their graveyards. Like, there's so much you can do off of it. It gives Sky Striker so much more end board presence, basically. And I think that's the biggest deal about these cards, is that it makes it possible for Sky Striker to go first again. Because Sky Striker used to be basically a joke when it went first before these cards, because you would just be setting up any number of Widow Anchors, basically. And like we talked about earlier, multiple Widow Anchors don't really pair that well together, because if you take with one of them, then you are not gonna be able to use the other ones, right? So I think this is pretty big for Sky Striker. And like, Sky Striker still is going to be one of the best decks naturally at going second. Because it's Sky Striker. It's going to be good at going second no matter what happens. Because you're going to play a lot of power spells in it, and the 0 will even help you push better into boards, because you can add engage after you push into stuff. Like, it also makes Ray a real card again, right? Like, starting with Ray these days doesn't even feel that good, because Ray alone doesn't really do anything. Like, Ray alone is just like Shizuku Pass, which is not very impressive. And so this makes Ray good, because Ray now adds engage, which is pretty powerful. I like these cards a lot, if you couldn't tell. This is the 2 archetypes I wanted to lead with, because it's the 2 archetypes I'm the most hyped about in Duelist Advance, and it's the 2 archetypes I have spent the most time looking at with the new cards. You know, that's why I wanted to start with these. And I think both of these make the decks relevant again. How good exactly remains to be seen, because Sky Striker in particular has a huge problem with Droll Lockbird, I think. This deck is going to struggle into Droll Lockbird, and Droll Lockbird is not going to go anywhere, I don't think, with the new set. Like, Mitsurugi, I guess that is my first impression for now, but Mitsurugi is not really going to go anywhere. Mitsurugi is still a good deck. Whether the new decks are able to compete with it or not, Mitsurugi is still going to be very strong, and I think people are still going to be incentivized to play Droll Lockbird. Now, I will say Sky Striker is probably a deck that's... I mean, Perulia is not very good against it, but I guess Fuva is still decent. So, yeah. But both Sky Striker and Vanquish Soul are 2 decks that I'm very passionate about, and that I like a lot with the new support. So I think chances are if I'm happy with how these decks perform, at least one of these decks, then I'm going to be playing one of those at Euros, just because I want to. Not because I think they are going to be the best deck of the format necessarily. I don't know that yet, but I would like to do that. But yeah, other things in Duelist Advance that are worth talking about. There's actually a fair amount of stuff that I think is worth talking about here. There's a lot of stuff that I think is at least a little bit underestimated. And the first thing is the new Onomat stuff, the Dododo, Gagaga, and whatsoever. They basically get a circular, and from what I have heard, this is something that I'm just basing off of stuff that I've heard, not stuff that I've actually tested. But this stuff supposedly is really good in Ryzeal. Supposedly this is a new version of Ryzeal that kind of slaps. Like it could be it feels kind of like a somewhat different version of Heraldic Ryziel. From the very first glance I have taken at it, it seems like it's powerful, and it is it's pretty good with Ryziel and comparable to Heraldic Ryziel. I don't know exactly if it's better or if it's worse than Heraldic Ryziel, but it's pretty good cards. Because basically Dododo Warrior is a pretty custom starter for the deck. You can send the Dododo monster from your deck to the grave. You cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except Exceeds. Also special summon this card from your hand. Its level becomes 4. If this card is detached to activate an Exceeds monster, you can add a Zubababa monster from your deck to your hand. It's basically circular. Let me see if I can find a list for Onomat Ryziel from the OCG real quick. Onomat Ryziel here. This is a list that made top 16 at the WCQ in Thailand. Let me bring this up real quick. Yeah. So it's basically your standard Ryziel package. It plays Dododo Warrior. It plays Go Goblinberg, which is also a new card from Duelist Advance. It plays, I think this is the one. This is the one that you don't want to draw. This is the one that you want to send to your graveyard with the Warrior, which makes it a 1-card rank 4 because you summon it from the graveyard. And then the Goblinberg just summons this one, I think, from the deck as well. Yeah. So it's basically just another rank 4 engine for Ryziel. I think it sums it up quite well. Like I think there's nothing much more to it, I think, than that. But like the difference is that the Dododo cards do not lose to Droll Lockbird that hard, I think, from what I can tell. Because you just go special this from hand by sending this from deck to grave. This brings itself back. Then you can do like first search is duo drive, basically, if you want to. Which is neat, right? Warrior is only level 4 if you summon. Okay, what does Goblinberg do then? When this card is normal summon, special summon one non-warrior go monster from your hand, deck, or grave. Oh, you just summon this one as well. You just special summon also the glove. Okay, yeah. The same one. They both have the same target, which I guess is neat because it means you only play one bad draw, quote unquote. Which could also be an advantage over the Heraldic engine, right? Like the Heraldic cards, you kind of have more cards that are not that great to draw. But yeah. Ultimately, from the looks of this deck, it's basically Heraldic Ryziel in a different flavor. Pretty much, right? I think that's a fair thing to say. But that's not a bad thing as well. Like it's just basically a similar deck that could have some advantages and disadvantages over the other version. But the other version is already quite powerful. Like Heraldic Ryziel is already quite powerful at the moment. So if there is another deck that's kind of the same but slightly different, maybe slightly better, then that could be a real deck for sure. Right? Slightly lower ceiling, but Heraldic ceiling is so high. Yeah, I mean, look, if I can take Heraldic Ryziel and have a deck with like that has some advantages but slightly lower ceiling, I think that's a good trade-off because Heraldic Ryziel's ceiling is like way too high anyways. Like, come on. The new rank 5. Valon the Super Sky Blaster? Hold up. Is that in here? It is in here. During the main phase, quick effect, you can detach a material from this card, then target a face-up monster your opponent controls, change it to face-down defense position. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target a set card, destroy it. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay. I mean, this is clearly meant to be K9 support, right? Because it's a good rank 5. And they play it all in K9, so this is going to be a future very good card. But in this deck, and I guess in Ryziel in general, they just use it for X Ryziel, right? It's a pretty good Ryziel, X Ryziel send, because you can just pop a set card, which is pretty neat. It's also a good Ultimate Slayer target. After the Dododo summon, if you imperm it, does it go back to level 6 or does it stay level 4? So take it with a grain of salt, because I'm never 100% sure on this stuff, but I think the way it works is that it goes back to level 6, and I think the way you can remember it is cards that only change their own level and can only change their own level will be reverted by imperm, or by negating them in general. If a card has the ability to modify other cards' levels, including its own, then you can then it'll stay the same level after imperm. But if a card only modifies its own level, like the Strudo, for example, if you Valor the Strudo, it goes back to level 7 because the Strudo only ever adjusts its own level. And I think that ruling is the same for attack points modifiers. Like if a card says this card gains 500 attack and you for the rest of this turn or whatever, and then you Valor that, I think that goes away. But if a card says target one monster you control, it gains 500 attack, because that card can target anything, including itself. If you target itself and then you Valor it, I think it keeps the attack points. I'm like 90% that's how it works. But yeah. Okay. So that's Vanquish Soul, that's Sky Striker, and that's Dododo, which are all pretty relevant. The next thing I want to talk about is Lunalight. Now, I am not well versed in Lunalight just yet. I know Lunalight is getting some new powerful cards. One of them is even a secret rare. I believe it's Lunalight Gold Leo. I think that's a secret rare in the set. Lunalight is a scary deck. Lunalight is a scary deck because of the deck's win condition, basically. Josh ignored my bit. I'm sorry, but like I'm going over the set right now. Like we haven't arrived at the nouvelles yet. Oh, I didn't hear it. Also, it wasn't on purpose, but we're going to talk about it later. Lunalight is scary because the win condition of the deck I think is pretty powerful. So the win condition of this deck is a card called Lunalight Liger Dancer, which is a fusion monster that needs a Leo Dancer plus 3 Lunalight monsters, but I don't think is that hard to summon actually. Must be fusion summoned with the above material, unaffected by non-Lunalight cards effects. Which is the first scary part. Completely unaffected. Can make a second attack during each battle phase. Kills you pretty quickly because 3800 attack. Once per turn, quick effect, you can send a Lunalight monster from your extra deck to the graveyard, destroy all opponents' special summoned monsters. Now, here's the thing. Normally, Towers monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! These days are not that crazy. Because most of the time, a Towers monster can be outed pretty easily in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because most decks can just summon some big card and run over it. That is not super difficult for most decks. Like, for example, we talked about this with the Dragon Ruler cards, because one of the new Dragon Rulers, Disaster, can be a 4600 Towers. And I was like, you know, that could be a good win condition if not every single Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck at the moment had a great way to out it. Like Access Code Talker in Malice, or 5000 attack Heart Scripter in Malice, or like Mitsurugi with Dugaris just doubling up something to make it big. Every deck just has an answer to those cards. So it's pretty easy to out these. The problem with Lunalight Liger Dancer is that it has a built-in effect to out its outs, basically, right? Like, when your opponent summons a big access code, you pop it. If your opponent summons a 5000 attack Heart Scripter and goes to the battle phase, you pop it. If your opponent is threatening to summon a Underworld Goddess because they summoned 4 monsters, you pop them. And then if your opponent is able to summon 4 monsters again, I guess they can finally out it. However, from what I've been told, and once again, this is word of mouth because I haven't tested the deck myself yet, but from what I've been told, this deck can even summon 2 of those if they draw properly and play properly. This is not something you can only summon once in the entire game, basically. Like, you can summon another one. And it's not hard ones per turn. If they summon 2, they can Raigeki you twice. And you have to out it twice. So 1 goddess is not even going to handle it. And so this deck is scary. Now, luckily, from what I've heard as well, the deck has some pretty good cards against them. Like I think from what I've heard, Bystials are pretty strong against it, and it's probably going to be somewhat weak to hand traps. Because here's the thing: if it wasn't weak to hand traps, then this deck would be like destroying the OCG right now. But Malice seems to be solid against it, is what someone is saying right now. But like in general, in the OCG, this deck is not crazy in terms of success rate. It's doing fine. Don't get me wrong. It's a relevant deck in the OCG. And I believe, unfortunately, I think it has caused some cards to really spike up. Like Lunalight Black Sheep seems to have gone, it's not that crazy. It's like €2 for a Black Sheep or €3, which is still bad for a common because it has no reprints. But like, I think you only need one. I think you only need one Black Sheep. So it's probably okay. I probably have a Black Sheep somewhere because I have like Time Wizard decks from Zodiac era. I'm pretty sure I have Black Sheep in there. Yeah. Some lists, oh yeah, some lists play 2. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just checking a list on the secondary monitor. It does have 2 Black Sheeps. Yeah. But yeah. This is a deck that I unfortunately, I would love to offer some expertise on this, but I haven't tried it yet. I was very focused on Master Duel with the Worlds Qualifier, so I only know that these cards are coming out. I know what their win condition is, and their win condition is pretty scary. I think this is a deck that's going to be something you definitely consider going into those tournaments. Like, if it's something, I'm going to have to learn it. I'm going to have to look into it, and I think it's a pretty good option moving into the next format. Is it worse than Raid Raptors? I'm pretty sure it's better than Raid Raptors, which is not a high bar. So I think Lunalight is interesting. It has a weakness to Lancia. Does it? Does Lancia work against this deck? I guess this card banishes as well. If this card is sent to the grave by card effect, summon a Lunalight from your deck. You are locked into Lunalights while you control that monster. When a spell trap is activated, you can banish this card and a Lunalight fusion monster from your grave. Negate the activation. Oh, that's on the opponent's turn though. Gold Leo. They can't Miracle Fuse. Is Lunalight Fusion a Miracle Fusion? Fusion summon a Lunalight using monsters from hand or field. If your opponent controls a monster that was spell summoned from the extra deck, you can use a Lunalight from deck or extra deck as material. Okay. Black Sheep is Miracle Fusion. It's funny because I don't think I know Black Sheep's effect. Because I only know that it searches Poly when you discard it. I don't actually know what other effect it has. You can discard this card, then activate one of these effects. Add a Lunalight from your grave to your hand, or add a Poly from your deck to your hand. See, I didn't even know it had the other effect. If this card is sent to the grave as a fusion material for a fusion summon, you can add to your hand one face-up Lunalight Pendulum from your extra deck, or one Lunalight monster from your graveyard. It doesn't fuse. You guys are making things up. Wolf is the Miracle Fusion. Lunalight Wolf. Once per turn, you can fusion summon a Lunalight monster from your deck by banishing fusion. Now we have it. Banishing fusion materials from field or grave. Okay. Yeah, this is a Miracle Fusion. Yeah, no, this deck seems scary because here's the thing with Lunalight. Lunalight has some pretty crazy aspects to it because it is an older archetype from like a while ago. A lot of these cards are not once per turn. It's like one of those archetypes where a lot of cards are just really good because they're not once per turn. I believe Kaleido Chick is one of those that sends one from your deck to the graveyard for cost and is not once per turn. At least the first effect is not once per turn, right? The second effect seems to be once per turn. Yeah. This card is once per turn. The second effect is once per turn, but the first effect is not. I believe... What else is not once per turn? Black Sheep, I don't know how if you use Black Sheep multiple times, but Black Sheep is not once per turn. Oh yeah, Tiger. Dude, I forgot about Lunalight Tiger. Lunalight Tiger. Lunalight Tiger. This is like a scale effect to revive a Lunalight, right? Yeah. Once per turn, target a Lunalight in your grave, special summon it. It cannot attack. Its effects are negated. Also, it's destroyed during the end phase. Yeah, this is not hard once per turn. You can like loop it a bunch of times because they have Yellow Marten, which just returns it back to your hand. So you can like revive a bunch of stuff with Tiger as well. Like this deck has potential. I'm pretty sure. I will have to look into the exact lines and all that. But all I know is that Lunalight has some pretty crazy cards. And now it has a pretty crazy win condition, and so it's definitely worth looking into. It's definitely something not to be on the lookout for Euros. So that's already like I personally think Duelist Advance is not off to a bad start in terms of meta relevance. Like I feel like people are underestimating the set because Sky Striker, Vanquish Soul, Lunalight. I think all three of those look pretty good to me. I think it's pretty good. The set as a whole. Then there's a couple of cards in here that are going to be relevant soon, not super relevant just yet. Like, for example, we've already looked at the new rank 5. This card, which is a common, luckily for us, it's not going to be a chase card, but this card is really good as soon as K9 comes out. Very good card in K9. Quick effect Book of Moon, basically. I believe there's also a Yummy support card in here. That is the Starham. Which is, it's not going to sound as crazy for now, but once we get Yummy, I think this card is pretty good. If this card is Synchro Summon, discard a card, special summon a monster from your grave that was used as a material for this card Synchro Summon, and if you do, it's treated as a tuner. If this card's in your grave, you can discard 2 cards, special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field, and only use each effect of Starham once per turn. Pretty good card once Yummy comes out. And then what's the... This one is the Draco Tail support, right? Secretarion Dragon. This one's not that good, but it's fine. It's a fusion that stops, what is it? Loses honor attack for each banished card. Your opponent's special summon dragons and spellcasters can't activate their effects while this fusion summoned card is in the main monster zone. It's a floodgate. This is why I don't like this one as much. But yeah, other archetypes that, here's the thing. I think after this, now we're going to be talking about some archetypes that I personally believe that it's more likely that they are going to end up in like tier 2 territory or lower for now. Like for example, the new Nouvelle support. As much as I kind of think Nouvelle is a cute archetype that like it was a fun deck when I played it in one of those Master Duel trials or events. I don't remember exactly what it was, but like the new support, I remember reading it and feeling like it was pretty good support for the deck. It's just that this is a light fiend, by the way. Nouvelle is a complicated deck, and I simply haven't looked at it enough to tell you if this is actually good or not. So for now, I think just like be aware that it's coming out. Be aware that these look into it. I want to look into it too at some point. It's not my highest priority in the set. Like I'm gonna try Sky Striker, Vanquish Soul, Lunalight, all that stuff before I look into Nouvelle. But the new cards are not bad, but I personally just didn't feel like they were good enough to actually make it meta. So it's like one of those instances where the cards are good, but they're not gonna make the deck good enough. I think. Take it with a grain of salt. Art Magia. Personally, I'm going to tell you what I think of Art Magia right now. I think the deck is not good enough yet. And I say yet because some of these cards are good. Like the Art Magia deck is not bad because the cards are bad. It's just not good enough because there isn't enough good enough broken cards for it yet, if that makes sense. Like this is the new lore archetype, right? And so I don't think I'm the only one that believes that it's likely that they just make good support for this deck at some point because it's the lore archetype. We all know what happened to Diabellstar. We all know what happened with Branded. We all know what happened with the Visa Starfrost lore. All of those lores have had some very relevant meta decks. And I think like it is fair to assume that Art Magia is kind of like in the same boat. The problem is that these cards or this archetype has a decent amount of secret rares right off the bat, right? Like in Duelist Advance, Medius the Pure is, I believe, an ultra rare. I think the Sneak promo is a secret rare, but they have some other secret rares. Like I believe the Field Spell, Art Mage, Academic, Arcane Arts, Acropolis. Jesus, that's a secret rare. And some of the fusion monsters are secret rares. I believe this one is one. Nerva, the Power Patron of Creation, as well as what's the other one? This one, Art Magia Diactorus, is also a secret rare. And then there is, I think, Finmel is a secret. This one, yeah. So like, I think 4 secret rares out of 10 in this set are Art Magia or Art Mage, how it's gonna be called, which is you know, it's a lot of secrets. The fusion monsters at least are only one-ofs, I believe. So even if the deck becomes meta, the fusion monsters are probably not going to be that expensive, which is good. It's kind of like Rule Kalos and Kaleido Heart situation where they were like $10 or something, even though the deck was like tier 0, which is crazy. And Finmel is also just a one-off, I think. At least someone in chat is saying that right now. I haven't looked into it that much. But the Field Spell is like the big one, right? The Field Spell is like the one where right as the set comes out, you don't really need to pick up the Field Spell because the deck isn't good yet. However, if you wait until the deck is actually good, that Field Spell, if it actually becomes a good deck, the Field Spell is going to go crazy because it's a 3-of, I think. And like it's a secret rare. So the Field Spell is like, you kind of have to make a guess on whether they will make this deck good or not. But if they do make it good, then you'd be better off picking the Field Spell up early. But there's also a chance that because everyone thinks they're going to make it a good deck, the Field Spell is going to be overpriced at the start. And then if they don't make it good, it's going to be a bad investment. I don't know. I hate moments like this where you have to just guess, and I don't like to look at Yu-Gi-Oh in like the form of investing type stuff. I just want to play the game, man. I don't want to guess if this card is going to go up to 100 or go down to 10 or 5. Like it's just annoying to me, but yeah, it is what it is. Then we're running thin, I think, now on stuff that's actually meta relevant, I have to say. Like I personally think we've talked about the most exciting stuff already. The new Primite stuff is interesting. Where's Primite Fusion? What does that look like? Anyone here look like a Primite Fusion? Which one looks like Primite Fusion? This one? Ha, let's go. Primite is getting a fusion monster and a fusion spell. Primite Dragon Nether Berzelius requires a Primite monster and a normal monster. Gains 1,000 attack for each normal monster used for its fusion summon. Negate the activated effects of monsters your opponent controls whose level, rank, link rating is less than or equal to the number of normal monsters in your field and or grave. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can special summon a normal monster from your deck in defense position. In Primite Fusion, fusion summon a dragon fusion from your extra deck by shuffling its materials from your field, graveyard, and or banishment into the deck, including a normal monster. You can banish this card from your graveyard, add one level 5 or higher Primate monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand. You can only use each effect of Primate Fusion once per turn. Now, when I saw these cards for the first time a while ago, I didn't think that much of them. Like, I thought, I even said, I find it weird that, like, the fusion spell shuffles back normal monsters from your graveyard because you want them in the graveyard for your Primite stuff, right? Like you don't want to shuffle away your Ether Barrel and your normal monster basically, because that ruins all your follow-up and ruins a bunch of your other effects and all that. It's kind of weird. So I didn't like these at first glance. Now, it is worth mentioning that at the moment they seem to have more applications than you might think in the OCG at the moment. Because, for example, it just happens that because of those cards, Primite is a starter now for Yummy. Believe it or not. Because what you do, hear me out. What you do is you normal summon Ether Barrel, you set Lordly Load, you Lordly Load add Primite Fusion, then you use Ether Barrel effect to send a vanilla from your deck to the graveyard. Then you activate Primite Fusion to summon Nether Berzelius. And then you link Nether Berzelius into, I think it's Gravity Controller. And then when this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you special summon the normal monster that's now back in your deck. You summon it to the field. And then you have the Link 1 plus the normal monster, which is, I think they use a level 1, which makes the Yummy thingy. They use Vanilla, which is a level 1 light beast, I think. So it turns Primite into a 1-card starter for Yummy, for example. So, you know, as much it's not light, unfortunately. Oh, okay, it's Earth. Okay, well, doesn't really change the thing, but like there seems to be more applications with these cards than I saw or that I assumed was there at first glance. Of course, I wasn't looking at it through the lens of Yummy because we don't have that deck yet, but it seems to be a somewhat interesting set of cards still. To me, the most fun part about Primite Fusion is that it promotes using Primite Imperial Dragon, which in my opinion is the most fun Primite card. Like I think Drill Beam is the most powerful one, but like Drill Beam is also kind of boring, just negate card. Imperial Dragon, because you can now search it with the fusion spell, I think is pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool that like you are now kind of like incentivized to play this card if you want to play like a full Primite package, which I'm excited to experiment with it at some point. I think that's cool. Yeah. So the Primite stuff is neat, even though it doesn't seem like super meta relevant in the decks that we have at the moment. Like I don't think you're gonna put this into Blue Eyes or something. But yeah. Then I don't know. The new Psychics, I didn't feel like were that good. The new Monarchs. Chat, what are we thinking, chat? How good do you think the new Monarchs are? Because I don't want to underestimate it just because it's just my first impression, but I personally don't think they're that good. I think it's okay, but like I don't think it's that great. What website is this? Card Cluster. Just hold up. Let me. There you go. Link is in chat. What else is there? We've got Morganite support. Dude, okay. Morgana, the Witch of Eyes. This card is always treated as a Morganite card. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can banish a Morganite spell from your grave, negate that attack. You can only use the following effect once per turn. If this card's normal or special, you can add a Morganite spell from your deck to your hand. If you have 3 or more Morganite spells with different names in your grave or banishment, you can make the attack of all face-up monster your opponent controls 0. Guild Gripping Morganite. You cannot activate monster effects in the hand. You can normal summon level 5 or higher without tributing. You do not pay life points to activate spell traps. You can banish this card from your grave, reveal a Morganite card in your hand, place the revealed card in the bottom of the deck, and draw 1 card. So I've thought about these in the past. I still think, and I will die on this hill, I think Guild Gripping Morganite is a bad card. I don't think this card is going to see play. Even in stun decks, I think this card is way too win more. You're not going to build a stun deck with like Vanity's Fiend and stuff like that just because you can play Guild Gripping Morganite. You're not trying to turn a stun deck into a combo deck. I think it doesn't matter what Floodgate you normal summon. I think you can just normal summon a barrier statue instead of trap. That's easier than using Guild Gripping Morganite. I don't think that's relevant. I think Morgana, the Witch of Eyes, is a relevant card. Simply because up until this, I'm gonna hate to break it to you. Actually, no, I don't hate to break it to you. I like breaking it to you. Time Tearing Morganite is still to this day basically the only good Morganite card. This is the one that matters. This is the one that wins games. This is the one that you stun your opponent or you slow the game down, you draw 2 cards every turn. This is good. This is a strong card in certain strategies. I don't like those strategies, but this card is good. And the ability to search this card is decent, especially because this takes your normal summon, which is not great, but it searches a card that gives you a second normal summon, so it doesn't matter. Now, it does make stun super vulnerable to Imperm Veiler and Ash Blossom. Because let's say you open let's say you open Pachi plus Morgana the Witch of Eyes. Are you going to normal summon Morgana the Witch of Eyes? Probably not, because it's very risky. Because if you get impermed, you don't have Morganite and you don't have Pachi. You're just passing turn. It's pretty awful. So I don't know if you're going to do that. Now, of course, you can play this in any deck that Morganite is good in. I could see trying this in Paleo, right? Like you know, it's a level 4 that triggers on special summon, so you can hit it with Reasoning if they call 2 or 1. It's neat. I like it. For Paleozoics, right? I think also Morganite is not that important for stun. I think you guys are overestimating the importance of Morganite for a stun deck. Like, it's a good card in stun, but there's been a lot of stun decks that just played no Morganites or 1 or 2, and were completely fine off of it, because the main way stun wins is by stunning the opponent, not by drawing 2 cards every turn. It's like a side thingy. It's like if you already have Floodgate, Protection, then you activate the Morganite, that's good. But it's more like you could even, in some ways, it's a win more card in stun. Because if you are stunning your opponent, you might not need the extra draws. And if you are not stunning the opponent, then it doesn't matter that you draw 2 cards next turn because you don't get a next turn, right? So the more I think about it, the more I'm like indifferent about these new cards, because I don't think they are that relevant. Because I don't think Morganite is important enough to play Rodas for it, basically, in stun. And you're not gonna. I don't believe in the combo stun deck with like Guilt Gripping Morganite on top, and then you summon Vanity's Fiend and Majesty's Fiend. People are gonna try it. Look, people are gonna try it, and there might even be like someone who tops a regional with it or whatever, and then people are gonna be upset about it. But in the long run, I just don't see that happening. I don't think that's gonna be a deck, a meta deck at least. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm actually somewhat excited about trying this in Paleo. Like, to build like a more focused around Morganite version of Paleo. But even then, like, are you really going to play 6 copies of Morganite? That card is terrible when you draw 2. I don't know, man. But yeah. Okay, next up, we have, I believe this is a one of Argo Star support. We have Argo Star's Adventurous Arion, 2 level 4 monsters. Once per turn, you can also Xyz summon Argo Star's Adventurous Arion by using an Argo Star's monster you control. If this card's Xyz summoned, you can add an Argo Star's spell from your deck to your hand. During the standby phase, you can detach 2 materials from this card, place up to 3 Argo Star's continuous traps from your grave, face up in your spell trap zone. You can only use each effect once per turn. This card is good for Argo Stars. Doesn't do anything to the deck. It does a lot for Argo Stars, but like, it still probably doesn't make it good enough. The more you think about it, the worse it gets. Why? I don't think it's bad. It's the thing is, it makes them weak to imperm. What do you mean? You play better into imperm. If they imperm your Glorious Adra, you can now slap this on top of it and you still get something out of it. This is good into imperm. Do you realize how much this does in realistic game states? Like, the one of the main problems of this deck is that you start with Glorious Adra and it's like your best starter by far. And if you don't have it or it gets stopped, then you cry. And now if this gets impermed, you can still make this to grab the spell and keep going, which is good. And also, in theory, you could make the deck more consistent now by just playing. I don't know if you want to do this, but you could play more copies of Fierce Parth, and this technically is now also somewhat a starter, because you can just normal summon this and then make this on top, which is okay. And it also gives you a way to snowball the game later on. If you it gives you a way to snowball the game later if you do this. But it's like, the thing is, once again, it's just an extra deck option, so you don't have to go into it all the time. It definitely doesn't make the deck worse. I think it's pretty good support for Argo Stars, but like, it's just nowhere close the amount of support that Argo Stars needs. Like, I think Argo Stars, if you ask me what Argo Stars needs, it needs more ways to quickly place those trap cards into your spell trap zone from the deck. Like, they would need more, they would need another card that just easily places you some of the traps from the deck. To just make it faster. Because the thing is, I've seen Argo Stars get to the position it wants to be in, and once it gets to that position, it's a playable Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Like, it's a playable Yu-Gi-Oh deck if you get to that point, but getting to that point is just too difficult, especially going second. So like, they need something like that. This card is not that, so it's not going to make Argo Stars meta, but still, I don't think calling it a bad card is fair. I still think it's a good card. It's just not perfect. It's not exactly what they needed, but it's still a good card. And I think that's, for the most part, that's Duelist Advance. I think most other stuff here. Oh no, there's one more card I absolutely love in this set. Where is it? I'm gonna build around it. Trapaholic. I love Trapaholic, dude. This card is custom for me. This is a card that maybe like 1% of the Yu-Gi-Oh community is gonna care about, but this card is good, man. This card is good for trap decks. Dude, target a spell trap you control, destroy it, then set one normal trap from your deck except Trapaholic. It can be activated this turn while you have 3 or more traps in your grave. You can only activate it 1 Trapaholic per turn. This is so good in trap decks. You don't realize how good this is in trap decks. Like, the way you're supposed to use it is you activate a trap, and then you chain Trapaholic on that trap. So you're not actually destroying one of your set cards. You're just like destroying a card you just activated. And then you get a normal trap from your deck, which you can basically always use in a trap deck because you already have, like, you have this in the graveyard, you have the one you destroyed in the graveyard. So all you need is 1 extra trap, which is not a problem in a trap deck. So it's like a trap trick, but better for trap decks, which is great because we all know how good trap trick is. The reason why this card is even better than trap trick is because it doesn't lock you out of traps for the rest of the turn. That's the most annoying part about trap trick in a trap deck. Have you ever thought about how frustrating that is? Trap trick is at its worst when you're playing a trap deck. Because when you're playing trap trick in a different deck that's not a trap deck, just to set your stupid D barrier or different dimension ground or whatever, you don't have a drawback. It's at its best in non-trap decks. But when you're playing a trap deck, the drawback fucks you over. If you ever want to use it first action, it's so bad. Like, if you have 4 set cards, you can't start with trap trick. If your opponent does something that's like really weak into 1 trap in your deck, and you could just get it right now and mess them up, but then you're locked out of your own deck for the rest of the turn. It's like so frustrating. And you still have to play trap trick because it's it's just way too powerful. That ability is way too powerful, right? And so Trapaholic is basically that, but it's only good in trap decks, right? You can't use this in a combo deck. You can't go first and get D-Barrier off of this in your Malice deck or whatever. Actually, Malice probably could because they have some traps, but like in most combo decks or mid-range decks where you don't have a bunch of trap cards, you can't really use this to get your floodgates. This is made for trap decks because the thing is, there's still some balancing to it because you still can't start with it, because if it's the first thing you do, you still only have 2 traps in the grave. You still need a 3rd one before you can do it, but you can do it like second trap of the turn or like midway through it. Like, you can do it and just get any trap. This card is wonderful. Also, it lets you pop your own transaction rollback, which is huge to be able to do in, for example, Paleo. So you can tell I'm passionate about this card because I don't think this card is like crazy, in general, but is like specifically crazy for decks that I like Paleo. Like, this card is very good in Paleo. I'm probably gonna make a new Paleo list with Trapaholic once this set comes out, and maybe even the not this Morganite. Fuck that Morganite. Maybe the one that searches Morganite. I love this card, man. It's very fun. Very good card for trap decks. Very nice. Probably, I can't believe I almost forgot about it, because this is probably my favorite card in the set. Like, if this set didn't bring like Sky Striker and Vanquish Soul support, this would easily be my favorite card in the set. Even though it's probably not gonna be super meta relevant, but it's just fun, dude. This card is great. I love this card. Is there anything else? Is there anything else we need to talk about? We looked at the new Fairy / BA / Fiend support earlier. I think those cards are fine. We did Art Mage. We talked about Psychics briefly and Monarchs briefly, but I can't really add much to those because I haven't tried them. Oh, this thing. Gorgon of Zilophthonia. Now, this card, when it was announced a while ago, I feel like it kind of divided people. I mean, not in like a bad way, but like people couldn't really decide on whether they like this card or not. Or like, well, people could decide, but I guess the community couldn't really agree on it, because I, for example, thought this card wasn't that crazy, but then there was other people saying like this card is going to go crazy at some point for sure. So the way this card works, just to recap, because it's been a while ago since this was announced. It is a Link 3 that points all 3 directions upwards. You cannot summon or set monsters to a zone this card points to. Monsters this card points to cannot attack. Also, their activated effects are negated. Gains attack equal to the total original attack of the monsters it points to. Cannot be destroyed by battle or monster effects while it points to no monsters. So, basically, there's 2 uses to this card, I think. The first use, or 3. Let's say 3 uses. The first use, not the obvious, but like one use is going second. When you get to do a Link 3 going second at some point, you can just summon this to an extra monster zone to like lock a lot of your opponent's monsters' effects that they haven't used yet, right? Like if your opponent has a bunch of stuff down there, you can just summon into the EMZ and lock a bunch of their stuff from activating. The problem is like, will they really let you do that? Because chances are, to get to a Link 3, you probably give them some opportunities to use those effects, but okay. I think the more relevant uses for this card is going first. So you can do a couple of things with this. IP Masquerena is pretty good with this card, because you can basically, if you think about the field layout, if your opponent does not have one of the extra monster zones yet, this card technically with IP Masquerena can cover all 5 of their main monster zones. They can't play around it, right? Like if they summon to the leftmost zone, you just use the left extra monster zone. If they summon to the rightmost zone, you summon in the right monster zone, the right extra monster zone, and it basically covers all 5. By if both extra monster zones are open and you have an IP Masquerena, you can basically respond to anything and negate a zone, right? Like if they go normal summon anything, activate effect, you can chain SP, put it somewhere where it negates it, and then, you know, that's a thing, right? Which is neat. And then it's also like, I think it's like surprisingly difficult or annoying to out, right? Because the monsters that point to this card cannot attack it. But if you summon nothing into the zone it points to, then it just can't be destroyed by battle or monster effects, right? So it's like a little annoying to deal with. The other use case is, I've heard you can do stuff with like a Bow, a Q, for example, because it is a dark monster, where you bring this back from your graveyard, which means that it'll go into the main monster zone, which means that if you put it in the center main monster zone, it points to both extra monster zones for the opponent, which could potentially make it really annoying for certain decks to play or out it, because you have to like if you need the extra monster zone to play, then whatever you summon gets negated, and you can't really play around it much because the card covers both zones. And you can't attack it before link summoning because it can't be destroyed by battle while it points to nothing, right? So it's interesting. However, there's a few issues I have with that. First of all, I do think while it's annoying to deal with, I still think there is always ways to deal with it. Like it's kind of a well-designed card in that matter, where of course behind this is a floodgate in some way, but still I feel like the floodgate has outplay potential. So it's like, okay, I can't think of a deck that just can't beat this. Like there's always, maybe it negates a card, maybe it stops one thing from happening, maybe you have to go out of your way to beat it, but like you can always, I feel like you can always handle it. So yeah. And then the other thing is just like, the main use I can see for this card is IP Masquerena. The problem is the competition for IP Masquerena targets is crazy, which is SP Little Knight. There's not a lot of competition, but there's one that is just like so powerful that I think you're gonna need a very good reason to not go IP into SP over this. Like, that's, yeah, okay, my opponent normal summons and I could negate that normal summon, but bro, I could also be banishing it with SP and then still have an SP to interrupt them later. Like, it's, I think SP Little Knight is very tough competition for an IP Masquerena target. So I think this card is good. Don't get me wrong. I think this card is good. I think there is going to be cases in the future where this card sees play and is a solid option. It's also a reptile, which is worth noting because, for example, you might be locked into reptiles in Mitsurugi sometimes. That could happen. There is decks that make use of reptiles at the moment, and that might make it relevant. It's a generic Metaltronus target. Yes, if you're playing Metaltronus, this is probably the best generic reptile in the extra deck to negate like Murakumo with it. And then you also get a Link 3 body on top that you can use to turn it into another Link 4 or something. So it's like, it's a good card. It's a good card, but I just don't see very broken applications with it, which overall, personally, I think that's good news. I think that's good news. I think that's good card design because yes, it has a floodgatey effect, but it has outplay potential. I think that's maybe the time where I'm willing to accept an effect like this because it doesn't say you can't play the game. It just says you can play the game, but like you have to find like an out of the way solution to this spot that I'm putting you in. And most Yu-Gi-Oh decks are not unable to out this. They just have to do something different, which I think is cool. Yeah. So this card overall, I think is good, and I think it's well designed. Honestly, I think it seems more like a fun challenge than an actual floodgate, which is cool. So yeah. Overall, I like Duelist Advance. I will say, I think sometimes sets, and not every set has to bring like 5 new broken decks into the game that completely overhauled the entire metagame. But I think this set has a bunch of interesting cards. You know, I like the Vanquish Soul support. I like the Sky Striker support. I think the Lunalight support is not my favorite type of deck, but it is strong. There's some other stuff that's worth messing around with. I love Trapaholic. I think the new Primite stuff is kind of neat the more I think about it. And you know, the TCG exclusives are also somewhat neat. The new Fairy and Fiend support is cool. The new Ritual generic support is cool. The new TCG exclusive archetype as well. We've looked at it a couple of days ago. I don't think it's a super strong deck right off the bat, but it's promising and it's cool. I like the premise of it. So overall, I'm a fan of Duelist Advance. I like that it doesn't introduce like a new tier 0 deck or anything like that. I like that you're not forced to spend like infinite money on this set, you know, because most of it is probably going to be pretty tame in terms of value. Like it has chase cards. Like for example, I think Sky Striker A0 is a secret rare. That's surely not going to be cheap. I think Lemnis Gate is an ultra rare, which is going to be a solid ultra rare. Holy Sue is going to be a very good ultra rare to pull, so it has good ultra rares. The Archmage stuff will probably be it'll probably be good somewhere down the line, but that's just a guess, you know. The Lunalight stuff is probably going to be okay, you know. I think Gold Leo is a secret rare, which is going to be fine. So it has value without being without forcing anybody to spend $300 to just play a deck, I think. So that's cool. Also, it marks the return of Starlights, which I think is super cool. I love the Starlights, and I love that the Starlights are coming back with the same rarity distribution basically as the quarter century secrets, because I always liked Starlights, but I never liked the fact that they were basically like realistically unobtainable for anybody who didn't open like case after case after case. Like you would never really pull a Starlight. For example, I have never pulled a Starlight in my life. I've pulled quarter century secret rares as someone who just like plays Yu-Gi-Oh, opens a box every once in a while, gets like entry packs at tournaments. Like I've pulled quarter century secrets because that's like somewhat realistic. Like you can pull a quarter, but I've never pulled a Starlight because it was just like never really realistic. Now Starlight's return at the rate that we had quarter century secret rares in, which I think is cool. I like that a lot. So I'm looking forward to this set. I think it's cool. I think it gives us a I'm not like a much needed shakeup, because the current I still don't think the current TCG format is bad. I know some people hate it because it's a Droll and Lockbird format. I think that's valid. But I don't hate the current TCG format. I think a little bit of a shakeup though is cool, especially because, and this is where it's more like a personal thing than it's not like objective, but like I just like some of these decks that are coming out here. Like I enjoy the idea of being able to play Vanquished Soul and Sky Striker and so on and so forth. Like those are just like, to me, those are cool decks. Like I like the stuff that's in here. So I like the set. Yeah. I think it's cool. All right, short break, and then we're hopping, and then we're moving on. Give me a second. You're gonna love Vanquish Soul. Oh, I already do. I've started to mess around with it a little bit, and I am like, especially because we're qualified. I said it earlier, but it's because we're qualified for Master Duel Worlds, I'm like leaning towards playing Vanquish Soul or Sky Striker at Euros. Even if I'm willing to do that, even if they're not the best deck in the format. I'm not willing to do that if they suck. Like I have to try them. If I feel like I have no chance of doing well with them, I won't do it. But as long as they're competent, I'm willing to do it. Like I really want to play those decks. They look super fun. Anyways, be right back. All right. I'm predicting Vanquish Soul to have a significant showing at NAWCQ, even pre-K9. I've said this before, and I don't want to understate how good the K9 cards are in Vanquish Soul, but ultimately, the way I look at it, the main thing that's doing the work for Vanquish Soul, I think, is Vanquish Soul. Like, because if you're looking at it just from a deck building perspective, like the K9 cards are essentially just like a hand trap engine that every deck has access to in the OCG that just happen to be the right attributes for Vanquish Soul as well. I can't believe I'm about to send this message in this chat and open myself up to chat ridicule, but have you had any interest in Intestina stuff with Miasma Dragon? Taking a deck with 0 1-card starters to 13 is significant. I haven't been interested in Tistina, I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know what this card does. If this card's normal or special summon, you can add a Tistina monster from your deck to your hand. Also, light Tistinas you control will gain 1,000 attack. If this card is sent to the graveyard and a card is in the field zone, you can special summon this card. Oh, that was because the field spell sends one from deck to grave at activation, right? The Bat Tistina. Send a Tistina monster from your deck to the grave. Yeah, okay. So everything that gets you the field spell gets you going now, basically. Okay. I mean, here's the thing. That is good, but does it make Tistina more than Rogue? Because yeah, 13 1-card starters is a good number, but this always is still the question of like, what do you do with those 1-card starters? And I haven't really been impressed by Tistina in the past, even when it was able to play. Like, yeah, consistency and getting started was an issue for the deck, I felt like. But it was not the only issue, I feel. Vanquish Soul is a K9 starter. It's more than just a hand trap engine. I know. I know it's more than that, but it's also in some instances and in some ways it is also just exactly that. Because I'm telling you something, the Vanquish Soul deck going first is strong enough, 100%. It does not need extra K9s for sealing going first. The Vanquish Soul combo cooks now with the new cards. You don't need extra sealing going first, 100% not. So it's really only about going second, and going second for the most part, the K9 cards are hand traps, and if you can replace them with other hand traps that are good enough to compete in the format, then there is a world where K9 where Vanquish Soul is already strong enough. Because that's all it's about. Of course, if we had access to both engines, we would play them together. But the question is Vanquish Soul good on its own before we get those cards? And I think the answer is yes. That is my personal feeling about it at this point. Only having messed around with it briefly. What's your Earth hand trap in TCG? Bell. Bell is like at its best probably it's ever been right now. Like if the format stays with like Malice and Mitsurugi, Bell is probably never been this good. Meowls is also Earth. Yeah, I think that's the thing that sucks the most about Vanquish Soul is that Purulia and Fuvalos don't match the thingy. Like, that's my biggest problem. Bro, I made banana bread yesterday. It slaps. I cooked. Well, I baked. Is Droll good against it? Against Vanquish Soul? So I haven't really reached a conclusion on that yet, because on the one hand, Vanquish Soul searches and draws a lot. But the thing is, Vanquish Soul doesn't really care which turn it does that on. So if their hand is good and they're going first and they like normal summon Raisin and add, and then you get rolled, if you set up your hand, like if you search the right card with Raisin, chances are you can just do all the things you wanted to do on your opponent's turn. Because like let's say normal summon Raisin, add Holy Sue, get rolled, okay. Make Rock of the Vanquisher, add back Raisin from the graveyard, and pass. On the opponent's turn, you can do whatever the hell you want with that setup. Like, you get rolled, you basically just do all the things you wanted to do anyways on the opponent's turn. You go like Special Holy Sue with its own effect, reveal 2, the special from deck, Mad Love, bounce, or like, and then go Rock, Special Raisin, Search Caesar, Raisin Pop, Caesar bounce, Caesar pop. Like, you get all those things even through Droll, and just do it on the opponent's turn. Like, it's pretty good, I think, into that. So I think Droll is not going to be as good against it. And the same is true for like Purulia, because in theory, against a full Vanquish Soul combo, Purulia would be drawing a lot of cards. But like, you can just do a couple of searches and set up Rock of the Vanquisher and just pass turn, and then do the stuff on your opponent's turn. I think the things Vanquish Soul needs to worry about are cards like Droplet and Super Poly. Well, but no one is really playing those cards at the moment because they suck against the rest of the format, right? Like, you're not going to Droplet a Malice board. Also, I don't know if that's true, because like Vanquish Soul is pretty layered, isn't it? I guess if you're passing just on Rock, then Droplet kills you. But even then, you can still summon Holy Sue from hand. So yeah, I don't know. I wonder, like, because someone just said, if you go second against Vanquish Soul, you can Purulia on your own turn. Like, yes, you can, but the problem is, like, if you need 2 Purulias for that. Because if you have 1 Purulia, and you don't Purulia them on their turn, they're just going to do all the stuff on their turn, a lot of the setup. And then the Purulia on your turn, they don't need to do that much anymore. And if you just Purulia them on their turn, they do it on your turn. If you Purulia them on your turn, then they do it on their turn. You basically need 2 Purulias. But it does make me wonder, like, here's the thing. When you go first in this new format, right? And Vanquish Soul is a thing. And you open Purulia. Do you just Purulia yourself in your own turn? You probably do, yeah? Yeah. It was kind of crazy. You probably have to do that. Yeah, we've talked about this, or I think Sunny talked about this in one of the OCG videos. Because of K9, like, using Charmies on your own turn before you combo is actually the meta over there. But yeah, it's Nibiru as well, Bestials, yeah. A lot of stuff they could. March Hare as well. Like, you know, sometimes Malice wants to do that. What else is a Purulia doing for you going first? You might as well. I mean, there are scenarios where you still want that card later. Like, sometimes the Purulia can be a good level 4 normal summon in Mitsurugi decks. Sometimes it can be a discard for your opponent's Murakumo. Like, that is something that actively makes Purulia worse, I think. If you have to always drop it on your first turn just in case you're up against Vanquish Soul, that does make it a weaker card. because in all the other matchups, there is applications for a card like this. Even if you might think like, oh, a Charmy is dead when I'm going first, like there are ways you can still use it to, like, when your opponent summons Murakumo and makes you discard, you're like, oh, well, I just dropped this Molt Charmy, you know, that does happen. It also makes it less bad to main deck it. I think it's the opposite, actually. It makes it better into specific Vanquish Soul, but it makes it worse into everything else, because you just have to discard it for no reason, which makes it easier for your opponent to interact with you. Like, it's easier to hand trap someone if they have shown you that they dropped the Perulia in draw phase than it is not to. Like, when you don't have any info on their hand, right? You just know they have one less card to worry about. Did Josh talk about Orcust's really good weekend? I'm a little discouraged to talk about Orcust, I'm not gonna lie, because we just don't have those cards in Europe, so it's like completely irrelevant for me. What do you mean by Orcust's really good weekend? Like, did Orcust pop off? Because I didn't see anything. We can take a look at a top deck profile if it did. Let me see. It's been a while since I've confronted the spreadsheet. Yu-Gi-Oh! Orcust regional deck profile. Ooh, there's multiple. There is a top 8 Orcust Mitsurugi deck profile from a regional. And then there's a second place Fiendsmith Orcust regional. Okay. I'm down. Give me a second. I mean, Mitsurugi. Oh yeah, Mitsurugi Orcust has a lot of synergy, right? Because locked into darks doesn't matter. That's cool. Okay.
Bortle here at the Little Rock, Arkansas Regional. My goodness, the final regional of the season with Whoa. Please introduce yourself to the world, man.
My name is Andrew Stroud. I got 6th place with Orcust Mitsu. There was a total of 5 Orcust Mitsu of the top 8.
Oh my goodness. What made you decide to play this deck?
There was 5 Orcust Mitsu in top 8? Bro, that's crazy. You might think it's just one regional, but 5 out of 8 at regionals does not happen, dude. That does not happen.
Deck for the event.
I already had my invite and I was bored.
Okay, there you go. Any shout outs before we begin?
David Wayne Clemens. And everyone from Memphis. Okay. And free Noah.
Oh, all right. Without further ado, please take it right with the rest of the deck profile.
So I had 6 normal summons. Just the best normal summons.
How are we liking the emblazoned cards, chat? Now that you guys can see them in person, I can't yet. But like, how are you guys liking the? How do they look when you have it in your hands? The emblazoned ultras. Is that cool? Is that good stuff? Or no?
The deck, they're full combo. They get you to Mitsu and Orcust combo. And then we have the 3 bricks. I drew this about 70% of my games. I was very sad looking at it all day.
That is a statistical anomaly.
I'll say the best part of this deck is Mitsu players will try to make you negate by discarding, and they're just giving you an extender. Because you discard Harpor,
That's true.
Nightmare, or Symbol Skeleton.
I hate when that happens, dude. I hate when my opponent discards a good card for my Murakumo. Makes me angry.
And to round off the Orcust package, I just played 1 Babel, 1 Foolish Burial, and 1 Crescendo.
Okay, so it is worth noting, I think, that Orcust Symbol Skeleton is not necessarily a brick. It can combo into the Link 1. It's not the strongest combo, however. Which is why the pure Orcust builds are usually playing multiple copies of Symbol Skeleton. As well as the Orcust Crescendo in pure Orcust builds can often be played as a 2 or 3 of, because they play Foolish Burial Goods as an additional starter. Obviously, you're not going to do that in Mitsurugi, but in pure Orcust, I've seen some people play Foolish Burial Goods as an additional starter, because the deck is kind of lacking starters. And so I've seen people play like multiple Crescendo with Goods. The problem with Crescendo is that it has the harshest block out of all the Orcust cards, because Orcust Crescendo locks you into machines, dark machines, whereas all the Orcust just say darks. So if you have to start with Goods for Crescendo, it's like mediocre because you're locked into darks and machines. But yeah.
And there's nothing else to say about that. I had no problems with this engine except for drawing Juan all day, but it was fine. And then for Mitsu, I played a little bit heavier of a package. I played 5 rituals.
Utsu, my goat!
I played 1 of each of the small guys, 3 prayers, 2 ritual, and then 1 mirror. I really like the mirror plus Futsu for going first, because you're able to set up 2 level 8s for zombie vampire to help you get into the Orcust combo. And then Mitsu engine is just crazy. It's honestly non-engine as well, because with how much pressure it puts up if you get this guy out. I have no gripes about this engine. Yeah. And then for non-engine, I played 15.
Okay, so before we go into the non-engine, let's think about this for a second. What's the advantage of pairing Orcust with Mitsurugi? First of all, I mean, I'm going off of like pure Mitsurugi as the baseline. What's the advantage of adding Orcust cards into this deck? Does it play better into Fuva? Probably not. It makes you probably weaker into Fuva. It makes your deck better into Droll and Lockbird. It makes your ceiling in general a little bit higher, right? Because you just have more at the end of your turn if you have Orcust and Mitsu cards. Yeah. Girsu can probably, you can also access the Mitsu cards with Orcust, I'm pretty sure. There's no way you can't make like a King of the Feral Imps. It's some way in the combo, right? You can surely do that.
3 Droll, 3 Ash, 3 Fuwa, 2 Parelia, 1 Talent, and 3 Inferno.
I mean, yeah, all the necessary non-engine for the format is here anyways. That's the thing, right? This format is probably one of the formats where you need the least amount of non-engine at the moment. Like, because genuinely, from my experience at French Nationals, dude, all the low impact stuff kind of sucks anyways right now. Like, bro, like if your deck has literally, I think you can play decks right now with 9 non-engine, genuinely. Like, Droll, Fuva, Perulia, call it a day. Like, you can play high engine decks.
I didn't draw this that much, but when I did, it was winning the game. These are fine because statistically, if you have a 5 of in deck, you will draw 1 of them.
This is
so
fine.
I just needed
to... I thought about doing the same thing. I thought about doing 5 Charmies, but I just think like if it's the only real non-engine that realistically works, might as well play all 6. But I think 5 Charmies is is where you want to be at the minimum. Like I think 5 Charmies is definitely 5 or 6.
Any combination of a Charmy plus any other hand trap, and I feel like I won.
Yo, what's the main account?
41. I don't ever play 40.
Alright, respect.
There's only a 0.5% difference. For the...
It's a weird thing to be to be so set on. Like I never play 40. I just refuse. It's a weird thing to refuse to do.
Extra deck, I play 1 of the new Link 1, 2 of the old Link 2. I play 1 Dynamondo.
Dude, don't call her the old Link 2, man. It is old. Yeah, okay. How old is it? 7 years? Oh, man. 1
SP, 1 IP, 1 Haggard,
yeah,
1 Dark.
Okay.
This card's broken.
It's old.
And then I played the Link 3 and the Link 4.
Yo, for those that are behind, what do these do?
So this says discard 1, search Babel or any World Legacy card. I was searching Babel, but the discard 1 is amazing. And you can make it with the link, you can make it with the token you get off of Orcust Mech Knight for the 1 card combo. So this is already 2 bodies, and then you foolish off of this, so you foolish Heart Power. You get 3 bodies before you even lock yourself. Because when you link,
I'm not gonna lie, Orcust would be absolute top tier material, which it still is good, obviously, but it would be best deck in the format by far, the pure Orcust deck, if it had like 1 or 2 other starters of the same quality as Girsu. That's what was missing when I was testing it, because I did test this deck a while ago when I didn't know that they were postponing the set for Europe. I did look into Orcust. If they had 1 or 2 other high quality starters like Girsu, it would be crazy. The way it is right now, you probably have to like pair it with other engines like they're doing here to have a deck that's like consistent enough. But yeah, Scrap Recycler GG. It's not Scrap Recycler GG because the reason why cards like Girsu are such a high quality starter is because if they get interacted with, you still turn them into the Link 1. And the Link 1 is it needs an Orcust or World Legacy monster, I believe. So if your Scrap Recycler get impermed, you're just passing the turn. And that's annoying. That's why I'm saying, like, if there was another good normal summon that was Orcust name, it would be crazy.
Off, you can summon this back by banishing this, and you're still not Dark Locked. This card is genuinely insane.
It's like, the deck is like, the pure Orcust deck is like barely consistent enough to be considered a good Yu-Gi-Oh deck, but it is not consistent enough, I think, to be considered like a top tier Yu-Gi-Oh deck, like best deck in the format material. I think for that, it just breaks slightly too often. Or you have to turn it into like, you can turn it more into, when there's not enough good 1-card combos, you could turn it into a more 2-card combo heavy approach by playing like more copies of Orchestrated Return, Allure of Darkness, whatever, like those kind of cards. But then it becomes bricky in a different way, which is kind of awkward. And also you lose a lot of non-engine space if you do that.
Non-target take permanently, and then if it's sent from the field, from the extra monster zone to the grave, you can banish it from your grave that turn, and then non-target send on their field. And then round off for the Orcust. 2 ding. I really did like having 2 ding, because sometimes I'd have to banish 1 to reborn the link. Reborning this link every turn is so good.
It is nice because you can also just make Dingirsu with the Mitsurugis. Like there were times where I was playing Dingirsu in pure Mitsurugi just for the option. It didn't come up often enough, so I cut it, but it can happen.
I feel like 2 ding is mandatory because sometimes you have to recycle back into your link 2s and then you have to overlay on top of them again. Yeah. And then people don't know what these cards do, so
it's also neat because the Mitsurugi extra deck is pretty open. Like, you don't need many cards to play pure Mitsurugi. Like, you play a Dynamondo IP and an SP, you're good. And then like 1 or 2 rank 4s. Like you're pretty free on playing all the Orcust cards.
This card's really broken because they will link stuff and then they don't know that they're about to.
Oh, vacuum has stopped.
Send their own card for no reason. Dynamondo, I summon off of IP. If I have an extra body off of food set, that's why that engine is so broken, because I can give myself a free ritual to IP into Dynamondo. This is probably one of the most broken interruptions in the deck, because quick effect, you go into a spin on the field, and then you can Regeki them. Dark is a real MVP today, because I could steal all the Mitsurugi cards. Any of these properly made rituals.
Dark is really good in Mitsumir's.
Steel level 4s for King of the Pharaoh Amp. It was just insane, because anytime I summoned it, I won, because they didn't realize I was that good. 1 Haggard. There's a point where if you just Habakuri and you get to the bodies for free, and you don't lock yourself, you can just make this, banish a Saji out the grave, because you can add it back later on, and you just get a free draw. Because it just says if it's banished as a reptile from field or grave, you draw 1. And then SP for off of the IP to help break boards. Honestly, all of these two are also very good for breaking boards because you can always just link into them. And then one access code. I feel like this deck didn't have enough high attack if you had to deal with like too big of a boss monster, and it didn't have enough back row hate. And then I played one King of the Feral Imps. You can make it with 2 level 4 Orcust, and then go full Mitsu combo right after. And then I played one Zombie Vampire. This is what technically ties the Mitsu
Jesus.
and the Orcust
Master Duel jump scare.
So you overlay 2 of the level 8 rituals, and that's why you need Futsu to get them back. But you could steal anything from their deck too, because you know you need to summon back an Orcust. And then for the side deck, I played more hand traps.
I guess you could play Millennium in Orcust to, because I mean, dude, Zombie Vampire is the starter for Orcust, right? Like if those Orcust cards came out in Master Duel right now, people would play the hell out of Millennium Orcust, right? Like that's just what's gonna happen as soon as these cards come to Master Duel, where time is not a thing. They would just play Millennium Orcust, right? You can probably try doing that in TCG as well. Of course, it's gonna suck in timeout, but like other than that, it's pretty powerful.
Played 3 Nib, 3 Lancia, 3 Phantasme, 3 Bestials, and then this is for going second, and these are going first. So I had 5 sliding out for going first because I took out 5 much armies, so I'll put these in for sure. And then whatever the matchup I needed, I'll just put in whatever 3 of any hand trap I needed the most. And if I found out that I was playing against something like Mitsu, I'll just take out Imperms because they don't care about Imperms. So I'll just put in Bestials instead. Nib was always in, and then so I put in Phantasme against decks that do need to like summon that do go. Like even if they're
I
go
love
first, I'll put
Phantasme,
this in
dude.
just to draw into the other hand traps that I need the most.
So it performed well for you?
Yeah.
No, this seems like a solid deck, honestly. Like this might be a real deck.
Hey friends.
All right. The other one is a Orcust Fiendsmith, which is somewhat less synergistic, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure, because like you always have to do Fiendsmith before Orcust, but I guess that's fine. It's like a way to bait out hand traps to force out cards like Nibiru. It makes your deck crazy into Droll and Lockbird. And then you just do Orcust combo after, protected from Nib, which is cool. Because the Orcust combos, there's lines under Nibiru, but like Nibiru still annoys you. I feel like when I played it, it's still like an annoying card for Orcust. And with Fiendsmith, you can solve that. And I guess the quote-unquote synergy is that it does help your consistency a little bit, because say you just don't draw Orcust access, you probably have Fiendsmith access, which means you can still play like a Fiendsmith control type of deck, right? Like you just go like, okay, I didn't draw an Orcust card, let me just make Caesar, let me have like a hand trap or two, and then play that game. Or the other way around, if you don't draw Fiendsmith, well then I'm just playing Orcust. Maybe I can pivot into Fiendsmith, and if I draw both, then you know I have the highest ceiling possible, so I can kind of see it.
My name's Ryan, and I got second place at the Milwaukee, Wisconsin Regional last weekend with Orcust Fiendsmith. First thing
pretty
shout out
Gearsu.
to my data for asking me to give him this video of my deck list, and also shout outs to my friends Aaron, Mike, and Josh, because they are my main Yu-Gi-Oh duelists.
Yo, shout outs to Josh.
They help me figure out why my decks suck. So, with that, let's stop right now.
Let's go.
First, we've got 3 Gearsu, which is undoubtedly the best card in the deck. Puts a lot of pressure. This card gets you into your Fiendsmith combo and sets up your Orcust combo. So it's excellent. And then we've got the 3 Harpour, which does almost the exact same thing, but not as much pressure. Gearsu has the token generating effect, which helps you get an extra buff.
So I respect the full QCR core, but it's just too much, man.
Body.
But I respect
also
it.
Can stop them from imperming you later in the turn, which can be nice because it can put a token on your opponent's field, and that can also mess up some decks. Not a whole lot, but it's something to be aware of. Then we have 2 Symbol Skeleton and 1 Foolish Burial to round out our Orcust starters, so 9. I was originally playing 3 Skeleton, which would give us 10 Orcust starters. And if I was to make one change to the deck, it would probably be putting that 3rd Skelly back in, just to make sure I see the Orcust cards more, because the Fiendsmith cards are great, They're obviously a nuisance. They come back every turn and they're really recursive. So are these cards, but I think these cards carry a lot more individual power. So I played a lot of Fiendsmithy combo throughout the day, but as soon as one of these cards kind of hit the board, the game was almost certainly over.
Real quick, can, like, this is not the only thing that two decks can synergize in, but can you pivot from Fiendsmith into Orcust? Or vice versa? Can you pivot? Because Orcust into Fiendsmith, can you do that without locking yourself into Dark? Orcust can go to Fiendsmith with Girsu. Okay, yeah. Girsu, you get 2 monsters without locking. Yeah, okay. Also, all the people that said Fiendsmith cannot go into Orcust, that's just if you are not a believer. Because Pilgrim Reaper... I wonder if there's Pilgrim Reaper in this deck, because there might be. There might be Pilgrim Reaper. I'm not gonna lie, I think if I was playing Fiendsmith Orcust, I'd be tempted to try the Pilgrim Reaper. I'm not gonna lie. I think there is a chance it's in here. I hope it's in here.
In order to get the best use out of these cards, you need to play 2 bricks. So World Crowned, Babel, and Crescendo. World Crown is an extender and also pseudo interruption for extra deck monsters. It also can come up going second. It can go going first. It's just an extender. It's a good card. I wouldn't play the deck without it. Babel is obviously your main payoff for the Orcust engine, and then Crescendo is probably the second best payoff. Though usually if you can get to this card and set it, you're probably winning the game, because it is just a dang good card. The most simple skeleton lines I go for end on Crescendo. Otherwise,
so interesting. This deck also does not play Foolish Burial Goods to search with Crescendo. I think Crescendo locks you during the entire turn, right? So like it would also completely lock you out of Fiendsmith, which is, yeah, that makes sense.
Honestly, probably move it to the side deck, just because it's not very good going second, where the rest of these cards are pretty decent. Next, we've got our Fiendsmith package. So we've got the 3 Engraver, 1 Lacrima, 1 Lurie, 2 Tract, and then the brick for that is Paradise. So like I said,
you can pitch any card for the Orcust Link one, right? You can pitch Paradise for the thingy. Right? That's nice. That's nice. Does it discard? Does the Orcust Link one discard for Fabled Lurie, or is it just like send the card from your hand to the graveyard? It's send? Okay. Someone says send, someone says discard. Once again, no solution. I have to look it up. Thank you. Galatea I. You can link summon, well done. You can send 1 card from your hand to the graveyard. Okay. It sends. Does not discard.
Playing 3 skeleton.
Why would you make that up? If you don't know, just don't answer the question.
And then swap the 3rd for the 2nd Tract, which I think is good. Engraver's obviously the stronger starter, but Tract plays around Droll. But this deck kind of eats Droll.
50-50 chance of being correct. Okay, so you're just like gambling basically in life to just like impress someone else by knowing something, because you're like, I'll just say something because there's a 50-50 right now that I'm correct, and then I said something cool and true. Bro, stop doing that.
Problem. Orcust does not care about Droll in the slightest. So the only time Droll...
It's also just like the payoff is not worth the risk, because if you're correct on it, it's not that impressive. It's all just like, okay, thank you for the answer, but all you really did was read the card. The downside is because you look like such a fool when you're wrong about it. When you just stand there and you're like, yes, it discards, and it's clearly wrong, so you clearly answered the question without knowing it. It makes you look so much worse than when you get it right.
Ever really impact you is when you start with Engraver, but even in those hands, you can play through it fairly easily. I'd say the worst draw in the deck by far is Lurie. He's technically combo on his own, you know, Fiendsmith combo, but you don't really have a good way to discard him unless you open Engraver / Tract. And if you open him alongside your other Orcust cards, he doesn't really do anything. Paradise, of course, is a good card, but it's such a poopy brick, but
Poopy!
I wouldn't play the deck without it. It can come up going second as a Lacrima Send, because a lot of people play on your turn, and it just gives your M board more power, because you're kind of playing this deck similar to Fiendsmith Rizal, where the Fiendsmith engine and the Orcust engine both carry like equal parts in the deck, and they both carry both sides of the game, and you want your Fiendsmith card combos to still have a lot of power behind them, so Caesar plus Paradise and a few hand traps is a lot for your opponent to deal with. The rest of the deck is all just hand traps. So for our high value hand traps, we've got Fuwalos, Droll, and Nibiru.
Okay.
I did not main deck Perulia. That is something else I would also consider, but I do side deck it because that card is generically pretty good into the meta. But I like Nibiru because you are playing a Fiendsmith deck. You know, if you can get any 2 bodies on board, you get Fiendsmith combo. So I like Nib because it puts a body on board. It's also just generically good when you're playing a whole bunch of hand traps. Like any combination of hand traps is good. So for our lower impact ones, we've got Ash, Bell.
It's a lot of hand traps.
Imperm.
Yeah.
These
no, like with cards like these, I do really like the Fiendsmith package in this deck because it does count as a starter. I think you're not doing Orcust combo with the Fiendsmith cards, but if you open like a Fiendsmith card alongside some of these, that's a solid. Like you're just playing Fiendsmith control at that point if you don't draw the Orcust cards, which is fine.
They're also really individually good on their own. I don't love them by themselves, but Bell is a really strong card. It goes good into every deck, I think. Another thing that I like about these cards is you can see them in your opening hand, and they're pretty good. You can see them going first, and they're pretty good, and you can draw them as their 6th card, and they're pretty good. Ashing Whitebinder or the MTP trap.
The thing about low impact hand traps at the moment is that like they shouldn't work in theory, because in theory the decks like Malice and Ryziel are like only stoppable with cards like Perulia, Fuva, and Droll. But then in practice, you're still playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And still there's always like a way, you know? There's always a way that these cards have enough impact for you to turn a game around. So I kind of get not wanting to move away from them completely. Yeah.
You can Bell the Whitebinder once it comes back. You can Bell March Hare. You can Bell Bestials. You can Bell any of the Mitsurugi cards. This card is really strong, and I really valued that. And then I also just last 2.
Do you have an idea of when you'll do a spin the wheel stream again? I've been waiting to sub so I can see you play Dark World and Master Duel. Bro, I don't even have Dark World on my spinning wheel. It's not even like that's bad news, I'm afraid.
Hand traps are the 2 Bestials. Again, hand trap that puts a body on board, which is good just generically for link climbing.
I think the Dark World is like the only deck that I have significantly lost enjoyment in after they put Maxi to 2. I think it's because that was for the most part Dark World is like just a solitaire deck. But like it is so fun decking your opponent out after Maxi. It's so fun. And the less Maxi people open, the less fun Dark World becomes, I think. Like for me personally.
Which this deck is a link climbing deck. And of course, Fiendsmith plays, so those cards are pretty good. And that is my main deck. 40 cards, 20 hand traps, 20 other good cards. I know I'm doing this whole shuffle that you guys probably hate, but just deal with it. For the extra deck, we've got 3 Coolio tokens. Then for the Orcust cards, we've got 1 Galatea I, the new one, 1 old Galatea, 1 Long Girsu, 1 Enla Girsu, and then Ding Girsu, which is probably the major payoff.
Just 1 each,
deck.
okay.
These are the 2 new cards, and they are fantastic. This gives you a fantastic OTK enabler. It's a strong card to just have in rotation going first. super good payoff for the deck. The deck really needed that. And then this is your new play starter. Any of your Orcust normal summons get into this, which gets you Crown, which gets you to either Galatea, or it can get you to your Moon into Fiendsmith combos. So these are all really good. Of course, you're only playing one of each, and you mostly see people play 2 Galatea, 2 Dingirsu. All these cards self-recycle.
Have you done the duels with Jesse for the previous pack? No, dude, I forgot to answer him. I ghosted him on accident. He messaged me about it. He was like, hey, do you want to do this? If you're too busy with the Master Duel qualifier prep, then that's fine too. We can just not do it. And I just forgot to answer. So no, we didn't do it.
As long as you just think about your plays a little bit, you don't need any.
To be in my defense, though, I was busy, and my head was basically just all in the for the Master Duel qualifier, like he already said. But yeah, I just forgot to respond.
Any additional copies of these cards that you have in your extra deck is more just like a cushion, so you don't feel as bad thinking through your plays and trying to figure out what you're doing. So I would not change this at all. If I did want to include another one of these cards, it would just be a second Galatea, because she's probably the easiest one to get out and the easiest one to start recycling cards. For our honorary Orcust cards, we've got IP and SP, of course. Cards just generically good. They can be part of just about every end board. Yeah. And then for all the Fiendsmith Garbo, we've got Moon, Requiem, Sequence, Agnumde, Desiree, Princess, Caesar, and then Chaos Angel. These cards are all really good. I wouldn't change a thing. The extra deck's pretty tight, but they're all super duper relevant, good cards. They come up all the time. Agnumde is a really solid card because the Fiendsmith cards that you play through Lancia on your Orcust, so all your Orcust starters still work under Lancia, which is really important. And Agnumde helps with that. Going second, it turns Girsu into just a 1-card OTK.
There's no Pilgrim Reaper. I just realized. Dude, no, they're a coward.
And it's also, when going first,
no,
you set up Caesar plus Desiree under Lancia, so it gives you a lot of flexibility, a lot of strongness, and Chaos Angel is just a flexible card. Everything else is pretty standard. Then for the side deck, we got 3 Lancia, mandatory, 3 Perulia, also kind of mandatory, 2 Meows, also kind of mandatory. These cards are good, these cards are broken, these cards are floodgates, and I like them. Then we've got 3 Droplet.
Don't say it like that. Don't say it like that.
2 Lightning Storm, a Duster, and a Called By. Called By mainly for Lancia. Actually, I'd say it's mainly for Meows, not Meows, Fualos. That's probably the most impactful card against this deck. And it's also kind of generically good as like a board breaker into any of the top decks. Just banishing a card, getting it out of the game. Pretty solid. I also chose to play Lightning Storm and Duster because it can help clear some of the back row that people are playing. You know, force out the Malice Trap early depending on when they set it. Same thing with the Mitsurugi cards, just forcing things out before they're necessary, but also when you're at a regional, you might face a lot of rogue decks, and these cards can just help clear that, as well as any floodgates people might side in against you. Droplet, Board Breaker, has great synergy with your deck. All your cards kind of work out of the graveyard, so it's no biggie at all. And there's some boards that you just can't break through with just the hand traps because they set too much up. So this gives you some more payoff to draw with all the charmies you're siding in. And that is pretty much everything.
Okay.
I think the one thing...
This deck looks neat as well. I'm not gonna lie, I like the solutions that people are applying for Orcust, because so far, of course, I stopped testing Orcust as soon as it was clear that I wasn't gonna go to German Nationals, because I went to French Nationals, and that was before even the initial release date of the Battles of Legends set, so it was, I just stopped really caring about Orcust for that. But like, when I played Orcust, it was pretty clear to me that pure Orcust was just like not quite consistent enough. I liked the combos, I liked the non-engine space, I really liked all of that, but it was just lacking like 1 or 2 extra really good starters, and that was kind of like what eliminated it for me as like a top tier deck. It was always going to be playable, but I think the only solution that there is what people are doing right now, is to pair it with other decks, right? Is to pair it with other engines, to have a plan B, quote unquote, right? Where like you can do Mitsurugi combo and that's fine if you don't draw Orcust cards. You can do Fiendsmith combo if you don't draw Orcust cards. And if you draw them both together, then good. Then you're doing Mitsurugi and Orcust combo or Fiendsmith and Orcust combo, and that's fine, right? So that's, I think, a good way to do it. I think that's a good way to get more consistency into the deck, basically. It's just by using a secondary engine that synergizes well with it, or at least doesn't clash with it, which I think is cool. And of course, ultimately, it's still going to be a deck, even if you add a secondary engine to it, you're still going to have a decent amount of non-engine space, especially because, I mean, in this case, the Fiendsmith engine is relatively small. Like, it's just like, I mean, relatively, you still have like, well, it's 7 cards in the main deck for it, but like, that's decent. And that basically gives you like 6 or so other starters that you can have instead of Orcust or with Orcust. So that's cool. So I'm happy to see that Orcust is performing. You know, the deck is good. And I think that is cool to see that people are able to perform with Orcust. And I think in general, even though Malice and Mitsurugi are pretty powerful in the TCG at the moment, there is room for other decks, for new decks to come in and perform, because they're not as oppressive as other decks in the past. Like, I do think Malice and Mitsurugi format, or Ryziel Mitsurugi format, is something that like other decks can get into and do decently well in. Which makes me also pretty hopeful for the stuff that is in Duelist Advance. You know, we've talked about it earlier. Duelist Advance has some pretty cool stuff in it that I'm hoping is relevant. And that is something that I can see happening in the current format. So I think that's cool. The only thing that sucks, of course, is that in Europe we can't play the Orcust decks. Because the set is not out yet until after the European Championship. So that's kind of a bummer. But hey, you in NA, you get to play with the Orcust cards, which is cool. And you are doing decently well with them, which is nice to see. Okay, cool. That was a fun little check-in with the TCG. Things looking good over there. I'm excited for Duelist Advance. The Battles of Legend stuff is also looking as good as it could have been, basically. I mean, the stuff was not expected to be that meta relevant, so any sort of topping deck lists, I think, are fine. Let's talk about the other game that has gotten a new pack right now, and that is Master Duel. Now, I will say I have loaded up on some gems for this pack, but I don't know how much of that I'll actually be spending, because we're going to talk about this. I expected this pack to be a little bit better than it turned out. But yeah, I don't know. We might open just a little bit of it, but I don't know. So this is the new pack. And to be honest with you, I was really expecting there to be a big pack after the what's it called? After the World Championship qualifier. Like, I was expecting them to drop like Ryziel or Malice right out of the bat, like immediately after the World's qualifier. Instead, we got this one, which we get Gladiator Beast support, which, look, I am both simultaneously Gladiator Beast's biggest stan and also Gladiator Beast's biggest hater, and I've talked about this in the past, because I used to love Gladiator Beast in like 2009, 10, and so on and so forth. But Gladiator Beast is one of those decks that I firmly believe is best left in the past. Like, there are so many decks you could reasonably bring on to modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And kind of like give them new cards and make them good again. Gladiator Beast is not one of those decks, because Gladiator Beast as a concept just does not work in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. Because the entire concept of Gladiator Beast was going into the battle phase, attacking, end of battle phase, tag out, get some slow card advantage over time. That was Gladiator Beast. That was the thing with that was fun about Gladiator Beast. That's what I like about Gladiator Beast 2. It's a very fun deck, in my opinion. The problem is, you're not going to do that in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because you're not getting many battle phases, and you don't, like, a deck that works around the battle phase does not want to go to end of battle phase, like Tenpai or something. Like, you don't want to do that. So the only way you could make Gladiator Beast even remotely playable in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is by basically giving up completely on its identity, by turning it into a combo deck that basically doesn't play like a Gladiator Beast deck at all anymore, which is exactly what they've done. It's basically just like a bunch of combo pieces and like link monsters and stuff, which now let you special summon Gladiator Beasts like in main phase 1 and trigger their effects as if they were summoned like by a Gladiator Beast at the end of the battle phase and so on and so forth. Like, it's just annoying. Like, yeah, one of those cards gives you a second battle phase, but bro, it's just, it's no, it does not feel like Gladiator Beast in the slightest anymore, which is why I'm not a fan of it. Plus, it's not even good. It's not even good. That's the craziest part. It's like, it doesn't feel like a Gladiator Beast deck anymore because they gave him a bunch of new cards that don't feel like Gladiator Beast cards. And then it's not even a good deck anymore. So I'm just like, I cannot be convinced to play Gladiator Beast. I just don't like it. I just don't like what they've done with the new support. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. That happens sometimes. Sometimes they just make an archetype that I don't vibe with. And I used to really vibe with Gladiator Beast. I used to love that deck back in the day, but I don't really like it at the moment. And then the other deck here is Arcana Force, which I also just don't really mess with. Like, literally, if there wasn't the only two cards I am somewhat interested in this pack are Glow Up Bulb and Time Seal, because they are now legal again, and those are like good. But ultimately, I'm now looking at this, and I think I'm not going to open this pack. I think I'm not going to go open this pack. Like, I think I'm just going to save my gems for Malice and Ryzeal or whatever the next pack has. And it's been a while since I have not opened a pack. Already have one glow up. Yeah, I have one glow up bulb because of the Tengu plant retro event. Yeah. Here's the thing. What can you do with glow up bulb? What can we do with glow up bulb? Glow Up Bulb is full Fiendsmith combo. We can play Fiendsmith control with Glow Up Bulb. I use it in tier to make Naturia Beast. What's the level for Earth? I guess just one of the Ishizu shufflers? Yeah. How long do I have to get the... I still need one alt art from the from this pack. Maybe we'll open 10 of this. I kind of want to save my gems for Ryzeal Malice pack or whatever, if we're getting that. But I still need one Ecclesia. Just for completion's sake. It annoys me that I don't have the third Ecclesia. Let's open 10. Just 10. Just 10. Okay, maybe 20. Maybe 20. If there's a guaranteed ultra, what am I going to do? Oh, never mind. There's an ultra rare. Ecclesia, let's go! Not the Cartesia, man. I have those. Yep. Dude, there was 4 ultras in that? There was 4 ultras. Jesus, dude. I got debated. Okay, well, didn't get it. Unlucky. Unlucky. Okay. Here's the thing. Let me... Mental extra cards. I'm willing to mess around with Glow Up Bulb a little bit. What can we play Glow Up Bulb in? Tearlament. You know what? I haven't played Tearlament in forever. What does Tearlament even look like currently? You play Grief, probably. Snow. Fiendsmith. Blurry. Pilgrim Reaper. Naturia Beast. Dugaris. What do I really make with Glow Up Bulb? Because ain't no way Naturia Beast is my only plan. Ain't no way Glow Up Bulb. Probably need Linkaribo. Oh, Mud Dragon. I can make Mud Dragon. And then it can make it Earth. And that's always Nat Beast. Savage Dragon. I can turn Glow Up Bulb plus Tearlament's Kashtira into Savage. Do we play Baron still? With the Strudo? Probably. Why not? But the extra deck is tight though. I'm gonna have to cut some stuff. Oh yeah, Moon. You don't really need Linkaribo. Yeah, if I play less than 3 bulbs, I'll not play Linkaribo. Probably don't need that. We also don't have SP Little Knight yet. We need that. I'm not gonna lie, I think maybe Fiendsmith isn't the play. Look, what we're doing right now is we are not building an optimal version of this deck. Like, there is no world in which this is going to end up as the ideal way to play this deck. Like, yes, we can take out Fiendsmith. There's no way we're making it better by playing Glow Up Bulb over Fiendsmith. But yes, we can do like Horus Tearlament with Glow Up Bulbs and try to make Nat Beast. Zombie, vampire. Never lucky. Super Poly? Sure. We don't even have that many good mills right now. Well, you could do this. Oh yeah, Max C. Probably a good idea. I mean, Savage now sucks because I don't have links in the grave. Frost Sheep. Yeah. Trivy Karma. Multiple Trivy Karma? I don't know, man. This also just doesn't feel like a deck that wants to play 3 glow-up bulbs. It feels like you're just gonna play 1 glow-up bulb, or maybe 2, and then it's just gonna be like old Tearlaments. Right? And it's probably not gonna come up much. You can make hot red. Hot red. Non-tuner Dark Dragon Synchro. What? I don't even see how this is really gonna help. You know, I'll just run 3 glow up bulbs for now, just so we can actually get a feel for it. And then let me finish the extra deck. What am I missing? Appaloosa, maybe? Dragite as the level 8 synchro. Dragite could work. Photon Lord. For the Horus stuff. Fine, sure. Rhoda is kind of missing. Yeah, Rhoda's a bad mill though. We will just not break. Speed run to lose rating. Sub 1600 speed run. Oh, glow up bulb. Not gonna use it. I'm gonna normal Rhino Heart. Okay. Dude, what if I just don't summon from hand? What if I just grief? What if I just grief? I'll do that. Do not imperm me. If you imperm me, I'm gonna mill crazy with Scream. I still milled good. I milled Salik. Okay, so Salik can search the tier cache. Oh, but I wanna send it to grave. No. Add, nope. Salik. Ooh, I got Snow and Sharon on the best. Goodbye. Dude, the glow up bulb put in so much work, man. The glow up bulb really changes how this deck plays now, man. It's crazy. Fairy Tale Snow is definitely not a cracked card that should have been banned before it was printed. Uh-oh. Watch party. Watch party. I guess I can't really complain about that because my deck doesn't really do anything else other than watch party. I don't play hand traps outside of maxi. It looks like they bricked. You typed that as they are going full combo right now. How do you feel about yourself right now? How happy are you with that comment that you made? Damn, this is an Orcust brick? Punk, I mean. This is a punk brick? Crazy. How was life? Good. Life's good. How about you? Why do I queue a game with two elements and immediately Quantal shows up? How does that work? What's up, my captain? Oh, God. Hello, crew member. Don't say it like that. Don't do that. You better not be opening the set that came out. No, dude, I bought gems and then decided to save them for whenever they drop a good pack. I just like, I looked at it and I was like, you know what? Never mind, dude. Never mind. What do you mean you saved? You opened 10 packs of the branded pack? Yeah, but I saved the rest of my gems. The rest of my gems I saved. Give me a little droplet. Well, it's a good discard. Yeah. Yeah. What's the trap that they have? Oh god, I'm scrolling up so much. Target a face-up card. Oh no! Don't pop my King Sarcophagus. I don't want my King Sarcophagus to get popped. That's not good. Dream. All right, my captain in chat. What do I do after I normal summon this Rhino Heart? Do I right click? I'm having a blast playing against Max C right now. If you couldn't tell. I have to go for it though. Don't really say a way out. Wait, why do I? They're not really same type. I saw different type. Oh my god. Okay, well, that's not good. I misremembered grief. Fine, I milled snow anyways. Oh, that's not how that works. That's still gonna summon. Kid summon kit is funny. I'm tempted, but it's not good. Dude. Okay. Thank God they bricked, man. I'm hoping they go for a Caesar. I'm just hoping it's not like if it's like Snake Eye on top of that, then we might have a problem. But well, okay. Last card in hand is original. Dude, why are you not equipping Fiendsmith cards? What are you doing? They just discarded Max C for no reason, and they and they sent the Bellstar. God. Genuinely, I might beat this now because of the droplet. I guess we'll see. But yeah. Isn't Oak banned? No, not yet, dude. It's for some reason, and I hate that they do it like this. For some reason, the Master Duel ban list always takes ages to be in effect. Like, I think it's such a weird time frame every time. Like, they announce the ban list, and then it's like, yeah, now play this format for 2 weeks. This is the forbidden line, man. So that's gonna be Desiree. Sure. Yeah, it's Desiree. It's Desiree, Caesar, Appaloosa still. It's crazy. I don't think the sequencing was even close to optimal, but they are still gonna get there because the deck is just too forgiving. They could have kept Maxi, yeah, for sure. They did not need to do that. The problem is I'm gonna have to send so many cards for Droplet, and I have no good sends at the moment. I guess Happy could be considered a good send, but it's kind of iffy. Okay. I can only Droplet 2, I think. I can only Droplet 2, not more. But that might be okay. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Just do 3. I mean, if I Droplet away, no. If the, oh, dude, the problem is as well. Dude, you know what's messed up? If I don't send a spell for Droplet, they can chain Wanted and then Desiree my Droplet. I have to send a spell for Droplet. It's so messed up, man. I'm gonna have to Droplet away the King Sark. There's no way around it. But I don't think I can win off of just Trivi Karma, right? Unless I just bank on them not knowing this. I guess. Because I don't think I have a... do I have a win con if I just Droplet 3 right now? Like, if I Droplet all 3 right now... If I Droplet all 3 right now... I can Trivi Karma for Grief. And Grief gets me Kid Kalos. The problem is... that whatever, there's one card I'm gonna leave unnegated. There's one card I can't negate, right? And if no matter which of these I don't negate, it's gonna fuck me over, right? Like if I leave the SP alive, well, what's my play? Attack it. Okay, Kid Colo's no effect. How do I win that? I think I need the sarcophagus. Hello? If they know how this works, they beat me no matter what. If they know how Wanted works, then yeah, they know. Such a stupid deck, man. I don't think there was a way to win that. I just don't think it existed. Because if I start with Droplet, then the IP Masquerena is still in the spell trap zone. And then it's basically if I have another spell in hand, then maybe it can work. So maybe the solution is I activate King Sarcophagus, I discard Trivi Karma, I chain Trivi Karma to get a spell card, and then Droplet away the spell, and then try to Zombie Vampire Gamba. But the thing is, they can still, if I just have Horus cards, because I discard my Trivi Karma I just have Horus, right? And then they just Promethean Princess my Zombie Vampire, and I can't play either. Like, there's no way to win that. What was the thing that happened with Wanted there? So my Droplet was send Monster and Trap, which meant that they couldn't chain Desiree to it. But because they had Wanted set, they chained Wanted, and then they can chain Desiree to negate my Droplet. Which is just the way Droplet is worded, and the way Desiree works is you can still negate Wanted that way. You can still negate Droplet that way. Oh god, yes, Zombie Vampire me, please! I'm gonna be so pissed if they don't hit anything good for me. Please. You know what's annoying? I don't think they have to Zombie Vampire with this hand. They probably just make Baron. Because their hand is so good already. They don't need to Zombie Vampire. There's no way they do. They also started with Wedju Temple instead of the thing, so they can't even. They can't even realistically Zombie Vampire. They're just gonna make... Wait, but the Smyger is... No, they're gonna go Baron and then pop their Smyger. They're gonna go Baron and pop the Smyger with it. They play Stardust for this? That's crazy. Oh, dude, please leave the Stardust there so I can super poly the Baron. Please. No, they're gonna pop it. Shit. Damn it. I don't think they saw they could pop Smyger with Baron. That was a cleaner line, I think, than this. Because now they can't really use the Tristaros Grave effect on Eliscaletus later. But, okay. Can we do some things with channel points, like something like will Josh win the next game? Sure, you can do that. I just don't want to. I don't want to do the predictions myself after every game. If one of the mods wants to do that, you can. Okay, they're popping it with this. Sure. Dude. Why is Baron so hard to super poly? Now? Okay. What was the point of that? You just swap one level 5 for another. Dude, if this is it, I just can't super poly this board. It's super annoying. If they bring back Citri, I can super poly those two. Which is good. But still, dude, Baron Infinity plus Cluster is not easy. Well, not a great hand. Dude. Jesus. I'm pretty sure it still summons, yeah. We just win now. It still depends on the card in their hand. Because let's say the card in hand is Valor or Nibiru or something, they can still stop me from playing. Or that. Because now if I negate, they negate. It's so messed up, man. Pro plus Ogre. But maybe why didn't you pop Baron? Because it doesn't matter. If I pop Baron, they negate, I negate. My Baron negate is still used up, and it makes no difference. The only difference is they keep cluster, which then I have no win con anymore. Yeah, I lose no matter what. Because they have Solfador, Tristaros, and Smyger engraved. That's 4 cards that play. Yeah, no, we can't beat that. I'm pretty sure there is no way we can win that, though. If they have Crow and Ogre in hand to counter the King's Arc, there's no world we can break that. What if we use Baron float effect? What am I floating into? I have no card in hand to discard for crime, so floating into Havness doesn't do anything. This deck just draws like ass. I'm pretty sure this deck also is just ass. This deck just has like no good cards. Is the problem. Millennium probably better than Horse? Probably. Yeah, probably. But we are simply going to mill crazy with this zombie. They might be going for zombie vampire right now. And it's going to be crazy for us. Trust. We're getting Tearlaman's Cash, Tira, Mudora, and a tier name. I can feel it. Okay, 2 tier names. The problem is if they take one, I can't trigger the other. They didn't. But man, Tristaros, dude, do I trigger it? What's my? Yeah, dude, I'll trigger. Screw you, man. They have everything already anyways, bro. This does not add anything. They have Smyger and Solfador engrave. Who cares? Such an underwhelming mill. Man. Dawn Dragster. No, it should not be an attack. Oh, it shouldn't be an attack because of Infinity. Oh, why did I put it in attack mode? It's gonna get sucked. Do I make a Rule Colossus, but they can just SP Little Knight it? This sucks so bad, bro. Why did I put it in attack mode? I'll just gamble further. My only out. Why'd I put it in attack, man? Yeah, if I hit a shuffler, I can like mess up their graveyard, maybe. Easy clap. They haven't normal summoned. They have a Crystron card in hand, it's still cooked. If they have a Crystron card in hand, it is still beyond cooked. Because once again, there's 4 targets here that I need to hit. Because if I leave the Tristaros, they can definitely play, because they can just pop the Dragster to summon 2. If I leave Smyger, they definitely play. So I leave one of these 2, but they both still play if they have a Crystron card. I guess this is the one that, I mean, they both do. This one at least forces them to normal summon if they have like a not a great Crystron card. Yeah, dude, whatever, man. Okay, they just banish my thingy. Anyways. That's not a bad sign, actually, because I think if they could play and make Infinity, they would probably banish the tier cache. Wonderful. Okay. Get owned. What do I have? Oh, I have Bulb. Bulba. Do I attack the SP first? I probably attack the SP first. But then if it's cluster... If it's cluster... I might just be able to kill them, is the other thing. Like... If I commit... They have 1 spell negate. You know. Screw it. Let's go in. Going in. Chain is P if you'd like. Yep. The set might be cluster. Because it's not called by. In which case, if it's cluster, can I counter cluster with a shuffler? How is cluster worded? Hold up. Related cards, Crystron cluster, target a face-up card, shuffle a Crystron card from your grave, and if you, oh, okay. So there's only 1 Crystron card in the graveyard. So I can counter the cluster with a shuffler, worst comes to worst. Okay, Hog Champion, cool. Activate King's Arc. Negate. Noted. Activate second King's Heart, because they always have it. Ooh. Okay. It is not cluster, it seems like. Still annoying. I think I'm going. I'm gonna be honest with you, I think I'm going in. But my Kid Kalos is banished, which is somewhat troublesome. You will mill crime. My crime's also banished. So first I'm gonna have to mill grief and then get back crime and then get that back to the graveyard. It's not that simple, you know? Oh, what a garbage mill, dude. 2 super polys? What a garbage mill. Holy shit. It is called by? What the hell? Why didn't you call by? You could have... okay. None of this would have happened last turn. Okay. Happy. Where did my seconds go, bro? Why am I at 60 seconds? What the hell? Oh, good game, Crystron. The zombie vampire differential. Tier is fun, but it's just like not good at the moment. It's kind of frustrating how Gamba it feels. It's like, yeah, half of your deck is terrible in your hand, but good in your grave, and the other half is good in your hand, but terrible in your grave. I hate my life. Deck him out? There's no way I'm decking them out, chat. That's not how this deck works. It's fine. Havness is gonna carry. Now, I'm thinking about setting Fairy Tale Snow so that they get jump scared when they attack it. I might set Fairy Tales. I might go for the Forbidden Set Fairy Tale line. I'm doing that. Oh god. Okay. Go, Havness, go! Save me! Oh, I got Sharon. I got Sharon. Don't think that does much, but I got Sharon. Okay. We just have to keep gambling, right? I don't even know what we can hit with this. I should have summoned it. That would have been more mills, but okay, this looks crazier than it is. The fact that I just hit both of those. Well, we have follow-up for a turn that isn't happening. I don't think they can really lose to one shuffler with that opener. Unfortunately. Oh, great. Wonderful. Cool. I love getting Fuva Maxi talents. Ah, yeah. Yeah. I'm not watching that. I'm not watching all that. They're gonna add back Called By with Diabel. I'm not gonna let him do that to me. I haven't really been... Oh, Tenpai. Oh, great. What a great way to improve my mood. Give me a Tenpai game. Why not? Sure. Hush. Stop doing that to me, please. I want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Just one game, man. I mill like garbage with this deck, man. 2 Maxi Foolish Burial Goods. What the fuck is that? Bro, why did they hit the crime, man? Bro, no. I'm logging off Master Duel for today. I'm logging off. No. Nope. I'm absolutely logging the fuck off. Goodbye. The Tenpai effect. Alright, y'all. It's about the time I end stream normally anyways. It's whatever, man. I just can't be bothered. Tier limit sucks. Deck is just gambling. That's all. Glow up bulb does not change anything for tier limits. It's probably not even optimal to play it. You probably still just play like Millennium, whatever, slop. Fiendsmith tier limit. Yeah. No, glow up bulb does nothing. Yeah, okay. Well, that's it for today. Had a ton of fun today, except for that last couple of games. But hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate you guys. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And I will send you guys somewhere. I'll send you guys to Gage. Why not? Send you guys over to Mr. Gaga. You guys enjoyed the stream over there. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for watching. All the good stuff. Appreciate you guys. Bye-bye. Peace.